All right, all right. What's going on? Shout outs to everybody in the building. I am your gracious host, right back at the helm of today's show. Good to see everybody in the building. We are here. You guys should be able to hear me a little bit loud and clear. I am your selector. I am back in the building. My name is DJ Kuda. Good to see everybody here. Afi Kingdom, what's up, man? I had to throw that Rollo on for you. You know, shout outs to the cynical one in the building as always. Shout outs to Morbid Trinity in the building as always. Good to see you. Shout outs to Evron. You said, Kuda, who got you in your bag today, man? Just throwing on something for the players and the playettes, man. It's always good to see y'all and be in here with the family. I took yesterday off. I took my exam. I took both of my exams. Oh man, bill after bill, y'all. Took both of my exams, but good for me. I passed. I found out earlier today I passed and I am certified. So, we doing good. I took my exams. I got my pro advisor earlier today. So I gotta, when I get off air, I gotta spend the rest of the day redoing my resume and just one step closer to what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? One step closer. So congratulations to me. I appreciate everybody being here. So I'm pretty a little bit more happier on today's show. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button on the way in. But yeah, I took my exams. I passed my exams. So I'm pretty much in a good mood. Took a nap, got back up, and I'm like, all right, let me get up and work. So we here today, Tuesday tuition. Shout outs to Shaka Nulu in the building. That's good. It's good to see you. Shout outs to Shaka Nulu in the building. Shout outs to Raven Knight in the building. Raven, man, Tony Storm done lost their title, man. What's look, I was supposed to do a pre-record yesterday, but I was studying before my test, and I was like, man, look, the Tony Storm done lost her belt. Why she go to straight to WWE? Why she go straight to WWE? You said the West. You said the West is it? Okay, I think the West is cooked, man. The West is cooked. We're gonna prove that on today's show for the most part, man. The West is cooked. You know, it's a luxury to be worried about the stuff y'all worried about. The West is cooked. You know. You said I take great pictures, but I suck at drawing. I used to suck at drawing too, cynical. Until I visually saw what I wanted to draw, and I repeated it. I know how to. I'm actually good at looking at something and drawing it instead of like taking instructions. So to get good at drawing, just get better at sketching. Honestly, the drawing is as good as the sketch, damn near. And then you can learn like shading and coloring and stuff like that. So let me catch up, guys. Thank you, Raven. I appreciate that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just glad. You said that selection was a great mood, as always. Always, yeah, as always. I know my music and stuff like that. But we here as Player Talk Radio. We in the building. Shout outs to everybody here, man. I hope you guys been paying attention this past week, and I'm starting to see my talking points again circulating the space, man. I'm like, man, the talking point. You know how I used, and I was editing a pre-record about it, but I need to do like a full deep dive, so I might do that this week. But remember how I was telling you guys how feminism and a lot of the less attractive women got rid of the appraisal system. That talking point is going around the space. So I'm like, bro, somebody is listening to the, as always, somebody is listening to the show and then just repeating stuff somewhere else, and then it's like catching fire, and it's like, damn, a little bit of credit would be nice, and then I'm hearing the theories getting butchered and shit like that. That's another thing that gets on my fucking nerves. It don't even, like, I get it. People just like taking and repeating talking points and shit like that, and don't want to give credit and shit for some weird reason. But then they butcher the talking points, and then they add their own BS into it, and it's like, bro, like it falls apart when they start adding their own BS into it, because it's like it ruins the authenticity, you know. And then it's like, bro, what you said just don't make no damn sense, you know. So y'all know my old talking point going around that a lot of unattractive women and feminists had to get rid of the appraisal scale. Most people don't even know why they're saying it. Is the funny part. But I'm gonna go into it because it's a lot to break up and chop up. You know, he said, "Bro, what are we tripping on?" I've been told Platinum Elite the other day. WWE has priced me out of WrestleMania. They pricing themselves out of a lot of stuff, man. They pricing themselves out of a lot of stuff. I haven't even been watching WWE lately, man. I just been, working, and I don't know. I just saw a clip like a couple days ago. I'm like, damn, Tony done lost her title. And I really don't think there's space for her in WWE. But if she does go to WWE, that would make stuff interesting. And then what's crazy? If she snatch up that woman's title, that'd be crazy also. But I wonder who'd be left over at AEW. Maybe Athena. You can already tell Mercedes at some point gonna come back to the WWE. So it's just a lot going on. I ain't gonna lie, she gets unwarranted hate. Mercedes gets unwarranted hate. Sasha Hogan. You know what I'm saying? He said the average seat's about 1,400. Yeah, so I've heard. I heard they went up on their price and stuff like that. Everybody blaming Triple H. But I don't think it's Hunter. I think it's a lot of other stuff that go into it. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's fun, but the audiences be looking boring and shit. They be looking a little bit bored. And then I be seeing like the nosebleed seats, and I'm like, damn, niggas is that far away from the fucking. I'm pretty sure you can look at the monitors and stuff like that, but it look like you got to point your phone at the ring and then zoom in to see them clearly. They're doing their job. They got something going on where they're saying that you can't bring in no bags or nothing like that. So I guess the only thing you could probably have is like your phone or something. So they making sure people ain't bringing no type of straps and no grenades, no nothing. You know what I'm saying? Um, so we'll see how that plays out. Because people was like, oh, he's scared to go to Chicago and blah blah blah. I mean, Block don't really got that much pull in Chicago, but hey, all the little dirts, homies, they locked up or they got to do alternative stuff to get some bread. I heard Bezu back in the street, white beater, white beater back in the street. I'm like, God damn, you know. So Dirk was the one holding them together. Also, too, speaking of Chicago, G Herbo. I don't know if he got into it with Lil Bibby or anybody, but people from back in his hood talking about some they banned him and stuff like that. He said he don't want no RICO to happen to him, because he's tired of bonding people out, sending people money in jail, and paying for funerals and stuff like that. Which hey, ain't nothing to prove at this point, especially with the no limbs. So he should just enjoy his fame while he still has it. You know what I'm saying? What else is going on? I think that's that on that for Chicago. Finesse two times. He got caught with the blicky. I don't know where he got caught. I gotta definitely check out the story. But him and his girlfriend caught with the blicky and some weed and some other stuff. He says it ain't his. Hopefully he got a ride or die. Or maybe she might take the charge. You never know. But if they dust that pistol and find his prints on it, hey, you know, I don't know if this is his third offense wherever he's at, but I think he's a felon, so he probably will go back. I don't know. We'll see. YSL Woody arrested again. They arrested him for that, ATV accident that he got into not too long ago. If y'all see him, and he was crazy. He got into a wild ass ATV accident, and he looked crazy. You know what I'm saying? So he got picked up on that, and I guess they're looking for the other people that was involved with it, but bonded out. So I guess he's out on bond. You know what I'm saying? I guess. But anyway, um, what else is going on? A lot of people are reacting to Cardi B's album. We talked about it on the last show. Um, Allegedly, her album is doing pretty good. So congrats to her. You know what I'm saying? People are still reacting to it. She got some good stuff out. I gotta check her album out. Didn't get a chance to check it out. I was studying, and glad that I passed my exam. So I heard her album was pretty good. I heard she got two. I was listening to her Breakfast Club interview. I heard she got two cleared samples by Janet Jackson. So I definitely might have to check that out. You know what I'm saying? So that's dope. Um, she talked about having a baby with Stephon Diggs. Hopefully it's his. You never know. But I guess they've been messing around for the past year. And like I said, I've always said I like Cardi. You know what I'm saying? She knows how to. She can spit. You know what I'm saying? Ghost Rider or not. She can spit. Also too, you know, I guess she started off right. I mean, she waited till she had gotten married before she had a kid, but as you can see where we at right now, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, and I gotta go get my kid back because early September, around the second or the third, I told y'all she was pregnant. You know what I'm saying? And I argued with a pack of hoes, trying to defend it. And as y'all can see, women are defending Cardi B being pregnant, and the pick me's ain't loud enough. You know what I'm saying? We gonna start talking about that. I'm gonna have a show about that. How the pick me's ain't loud enough. You know what I'm saying? Everybody running around talking about S trafficking and all this other stuff. But we don't see the pick me's boycotting no goddamn OnlyFans or anything like that. They got to keep, the game in their back pocket and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to see. The pick me's ain't loud enough, though, y'all. Sorry, ladies. The pick me's ain't loud enough. All right. Um, what else we got? But yeah, shout outs to Cardi B. I'm gonna wait till the Wild War Master pops up because I did want to go over a little bit of some video games with him. I see a couple of good games actually hitting the market right now. Shout out to Raven. On the last show, we were talking about that Final Fantasy Tactics game, and yeah, man, I definitely want to pull the trigger on that, but I can't access Steam, bro. I wish I could access Steam the way I want to. And they actually have a Final Fantasy Tactics for iOS. But and it is a remake. It does look really good, but I don't know. I might have to play around with it. I haven't played Tactics. You know, and one day on my I got I just passed this exam, so I might give myself a little bit of time this week. I definitely want to play Final Fantasy 9. I want to catch up on 9 because I got far in 9, but I totally forgot most of the story plot, so I might have to start from the beginning and stuff like that. Um, and I want to go over 7 again. I play 7 from time to time. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, definitely got to jump back in my Final Fantasy bag. And like I said, I'm trying to convince War Master, to to get back, to get to Metal Gear Solid. Speaking of Xbox and more content for you guys, please drop something on the tuition and support the show. I got another book that I'm finishing up on. Just a lot of stuff that I'm working on. You know what I'm saying? So y'all definitely, you know, he said I beat Final Fantasy 9 and never looked back. I need them to put Final Fantasy 12 on the phone, and I need them to put Final Fantasy 10 on the phone. You know what I'm saying? I haven't played 10 in a minute. You know what I'm saying with Titus. Titus was my boy. So I never mind. I ain't gonna spoil it for y'all for some that who hasn't played. You know, Final Fantasy 10. But anyway, definitely want to go over Metal Gear Solid again. You know, but yeah. Anyway, hopefully you guys are tired of the Charlie Kirk fatigue. You know what I'm saying? Black people done made an ass of themselves on the internet covering, the Charlie Kirk topic. They don't even know who he is. That's not even their wheelhouse. So that shit was a money grab. You know what I'm saying? That shit was a money grab. For a lot of black content creators. Now, another thing that came out, that I would that I because we ahead of everybody. But another thing that came out that we were talking about, before everybody else, was the autopsy report. Now it's a lot of weird stuff going on with the Charlie Kirk situation. A lot of people are still milking it for what the hell it's worth. Not even talking about nothing. Me. You know, there's really nothing to talk about at this point. We covered everything. Everything's kind of set in stone, other than goofy Negroes thinking that Charlie Kirk's fucking content is based around them. Charlie Kirk talked about black people like 10, 15% of the time. He barely even talked about black people. What's going on, party? Good to see you, player. Welcome to the show, man. Speaking of real ones in the building, you dig? A whole lot of real ones in the building. But yeah, the black people that made an ass of themselves. And I just sat back and watched it. You know what I'm saying? And niggas up here like to listen to fear mongering content and shit like that. Some nigga that don't even know shit about slavery trying to lecture y'all about slavery and shit like that. That shit is nasty work, man. That shit is nasty work. But anyway, we talked about the gun that was used. We talked about sniper shit. Talked about bullet drop. We talked about the trajectory, the possible bullets. All kinds of other different stuff. We talked about it. And I watched a couple of gunaholics, other than the ones that I showed y'all do do like a breakdown on it, which we might get to today. And they were, they were, you know, they were saying like, "Yo, there should have been an exit wound." And I was like, where the bullet was, how it coasted into his body. If the bullet did go anywhere, it probably, hit his lungs, kind of, moved around in the body and all kinds of different stuff, like really fucked him up bad. Um, well, they found the bullet and they said it was right under his neck. And now there's a whole nother debate going on. There's a couple of debates going on. I'm about to get y'all hip. All right, y'all, please hit the like button, hit the cash app. Please support the show at dollar symbol PTV 888. That's dollar symbol PTV 888. That's dollar symbol PTV 888. If you're new here, subscribe to the tribe, and please double tap your screen. All right, but this is what's going on right now, right? You know, this is what's going on, right? Hold on, let me catch y'all comments real quick. Raven said, my favorite part of Final Fantasy X Part Two was the opening sequence. Yeah, they got to make one with lightning, and then if they make one with lightning, they got to make the one with the three girls and stuff like that. But that's a given, you know. I do want to play 12 though. 12 was dope with Bellius and stuff, and I like how the summons run around with you. He said out here grilling got the NPC live 2 blasting records. Man, I gotta show y'all some new music hardware, man. I think Sun Wu. I wanted to tag you in it. I think Sun Wu uh showed what the new NPC Live 2, the newer one looks like. I'm not gonna lie, they made the pads smaller. They put more buttons on it. Then uh, it got like a pitch wheel and some, like a pitch pad and some other goofy shit on it. I'm like, nah, they should keep it regular. I'd rather the bigger pads. Like, don't shrink the pad size, man. And definitely don't shrink the screen size. They could have shrank the button size and fit more buttons on it, but then that's the whole point of having a touch screen. So I don't know. I don't. I hope they don't mess it up, but don't shrink the pad size, man. You know. And I got an NPC one, and the pad size I didn't know was a little bit smaller, but it's not bad. You know what I'm saying? But don't shrink the pad size. You want to go ham on the pads. But maybe we'll get around to it. I got to show it to you, man. I didn't get a chance to tag you in it. You know, I've been somewhat celebrating, man. I got my pro advisor certification, so I'm just happy. You know. What was I about to say? I got to show y'all this new Electron box too. But anyway, so much stuff to go over, and I got to show y'all this interface. I didn't know that came out. So hopefully, a couple of my gearheads show up. You know, show y'all some secret weapons and stuff. All right. Um, you said so. All that drip came out of his mouth. No, it came out of his neck. You know. They said it should have been an exit wound. They were looking for the bullet. Um, I got to show you this video of the guy. He kept shooting this mannequin that was about 200 yards away, but he keeps forgetting that he's shooting the mannequin, on ground level. No, you got to shoot it from the roof and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They're really trying to discredit, bro's sniping skills, but I'm not gonna lie, bro. To have the pistol and be, Have your your sniper rifle and be running around on the top of a roof, and I, they haven't said that they found like a stabilizer or anything on it. So I'm not gonna say he free handed, but to snipe somebody at that level is crazy. And this is what's happening, y'all. Because Candace Owens is going. Candace Owens is going. We kind of showed y'all how bro from that Money podcast, was being a bit slimy, and they were trying to say she's not like invited to the funeral, and then like Trump was speaking at the funeral, and all kinds of, what I'm saying, all kinds of crazy shit was happening. You know what I'm saying? So, um, you know, hey, I appreciate it, party. Thank you, bro. I'm trying to celebrate, man. You said you're not a real gearhead if you ain't fucking with Ecamm Live, man. That shit is confusing, man. That shit is confusing. I got to sit down for like a couple of hours before I'm comfortable with Ecamm. That shit is confusing. Shout outs to Shaka Nulu in the building. Maybe speaking of Shaka Nulu, make sure y'all head over to Shaka Nulu's channel and subscribe to him. He definitely does go live every once in a blue moon. You know what I'm saying? So definitely, if you guys want to chop it up with one of the legends, one of the originals in the space, man, head over to Shaka Nulu's channel and subscribe. But yeah, so Candace Owens, she's tapped in with Turning Point, and she's taking up this mantle, as if Charlie doesn't have a wife or whatever, but she's like, taking up this mantle, and she's riding for her dog Charlie. You know what I'm saying? And she is running, like, you know what I'm saying, this conspiracy theory. What's going on, Beachy? Oh my goodness! Shout outs to Beach in the building. Shout outs to you. Yeah, I gotta catch up. I gotta catch up. I gotta catch up. On your live stream. Getting caught up in the rapture, some Anita Baker type shit. What's going on with the rapture? Shout outs to Beachy. Welcome back. Make sure you guys also subscribe to Beach's channel. You did? Trust me. Definitely got to get up with Beachy. You know what I'm saying? I knew you were somewhere causing havoc. Beach was like, I was over on the Instagrams, I was over on the Twitters, going into all the toxic spaces. Hey, you gotta travel a little bit, even if it's online. Shout outs to Beachy in the building. Good to see you. So, a lot of people are banning against Candace Owens. You know what I'm saying? They don't like Candace Owens, and they were saying that there was people that was at Turning Point that deleted some of the footage with Charlie Kirk, and they were standing behind him, and I'm telling you, blood was gushing out of his neck, and people in the crowd were saying that blood was gushing up out of his neck also. But she said that she got video footage of camera footage behind Charlie Kirk, and basically, she was saying that there was no blood in that video, and it's like, well, if there's no blood, or if there is blood, your friend, he's gone. So he passed away. A lot of people was trying to say, a lot of people was trying to say that, okay, shout out to Gold P. You dig what I'm saying? Shout out to the professor. Yeah. But no, a lot of people, she was trying to say that, he didn't get hit. She was like, there was like some type of, manhole or some type of plumbing main behind him. and she was like somebody could have popped up and you know what I'm saying, and shot him. And then now they have this whole theory that the bullet came from the other side. You understand what I'm saying? They're trying to say the bullet came from right to left instead of left to right. So I don't know, but here comes the conspiracy theories, and here comes another way to milk, the Charlie Kirk situation for another fucking week. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand how. Well, I do understand how it's gonna go. I just kind of told y'all what the hell is gonna happen with that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people are having a bunch of, you know what I'm saying, different, different talks, about what's going on with Charlie Kirk. You know, it's just a lot to cover. So one, the coroner report came in, and they're trying to say that, which the bullet was found in his neck. You understand what I'm trying to say? But they're trying to say that the type of gun and the bullets was used, that there would have been an exit wound, especially with the angle that he got hit in. So later on, I'm going to show you how the guy put up the mannequin, and he put up a piece of bone, like a collarbone, and he shot it and at from 200 yards. And yeah, it blew out the mannequin, and it blew out the bone, and it severely destroyed, damaged the mannequin. But they're not telling us the type of bullet that was used. Of course, there was other bullets in the rifle that were chambered, but you never know. The first bullet to get shot could be a completely different bullet. You understand what I'm saying, or a completely different type of round. So he never racked the gun. It was just one and done. So they're trying to, they're like, oh well, the bullet that was used, it could take out two mooses and stuff like that, or two pigs or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But y'all also got to remember, bro was shooting off of a building. So you got bullet drop and you got velocity. You know what I'm saying? And also the bullet is like flying downwards, by the time it hit Charlie. So there's a little bit of gravity going into it. But you have a lot of people that aren't buying it because they're, really, running with the hero narrative. So they're trying to say that, oh, Charlie Kirk saved a couple of people's lives, even in his death, because he's like Superman. They were trying to say that the bullet landed in his neck. So, you know what I'm saying? He's truly a man of steel because, because the bullet landed in his neck. And if it came out his back, other people would have probably gotten hit, or the bullet would have ricocheted and hit somebody else. They're running with that narrative. So it's like, okay, I see y'all finna make him, the biggest hero on the planet, And I don't mind. Like I said, I don't have any problems with Charlie Kirk. I didn't agree with everything that he said, but no man deserves to be executed like that, in front of his kids and stuff like that. But um, it's a lot. It's a lot that's gonna go on this week. So um, they said the bullet didn't even really travel. They said like it's right there in his neck. So a lot of people are mad at Candace Owens because they're like, that's supposed to be your friend. They feel that she's kind of, they feel like, the case is done, but they're trying to open the case back up. So she's trying to point the fingers at Netanyahu. She's trying to, she's, so they're kind of opening up an investigation, back into the case. A lot of people are trying to say that the FBI and the feds that they weren't really thorough. They were just arresting people. The guy's parents had to turn them in, and blah blah blah. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm not telling y'all to go commit no crimes or nothing like that, but I think we're officially y'all in the millennial age. And millennials are horrible, bro. I didn't know how bad my generation. I didn't know how bad my generation is fucking lazy. Like if you want to do something, now's the time to do it because you know how much people over the years we've been seeing beat the feds, and it's like y'all are supposed to be the fucking feds. How are all of these people beating y'all in court and all kinds of shit? People be like, oh well, the feds got a 99% a 99 percent conviction rate and shit like that. Yeah, because people are afraid of them. They just get people to plead. They just get. Of course, it's gonna be 99% if you scare somebody and get them to plead. That shit ain't no fucking good police work for the most part. Like right now, there's a story I didn't pick up yet. Right, there's this artist named David. There's this artist named David. He's supposedly a weirdo. Like one of those incel weirdos. You know, he's like he has like the incel vibes and stuff, and he makes like sad emo music. Right? They found his girlfriend dead in his Tesla trunk. Bro had a Model X and he had a black Tesla, and they say he abandoned it. And this is in Cali, by the way. And he had a girlfriend, and they said that she was like underage and all this other shit. And he's like wearing like her clothes and bracelets and stuff that she had on, Hello Kitty stuff. And like the feds haven't arrested him. They made sure they you know what I'm saying. They stopped this tour and stuff like that. And then his girlfriend that got found unsubscribed in his trunk. Um, she was she wasn't even. I'm not even gonna lie. She was like 14, and I'm not gonna lie. She spent the day unsubscribed in his trunk. For her 15th birthday. So he was dating like an underage girl. You know what I'm saying? And they said he was like dating her when she was like 13 or something, shit like that. I'm like, God damn. And there was this whole, they found her dismembered. Like they found, I guess, like her upper body and her head, decomposing in a bag in the trunk and stuff like that in the front. Because those trunks are in the front. You know what I'm saying? And it's just rest in peace to her. You know what I'm saying? Like they're going through his Discord, they're going through all kinds of stuff. They just combing, trying to find, you know, um, they're trying to find her. And it's just a sad fucking story. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, um, she was like a runaway. Even her teacher was telling the students how they found her dead body and all this other stuff. Stuff is just gruesome nowadays. He said, "Oh, so BGS was right again pertaining to the millennials." Listen, party. I was saying right. I was literally saying, only a good like 5-10% of the millennials still get it. You know what I'm saying? There's more horrible millennials than there are good ones. They kind of go hand in hand with the Gen Zs, but it's a little bit worse. You know what I'm saying? Because they just fully linked into the internet instead of the life that we used to live before the internet. You know what I'm saying? The internet in our generation was used to enhance our lives, and I swear now we're dealing. Our generation have dealt with the worstest group of hoes ever. Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God in the building. Good to see everybody here. Please double tap the like button on the way in. And please support the show at dollar symbol PTV 888. That's dollar symbol PTV 888. That's dollar symbol PTV 888. That's dollar symbol PTV 888. Thumbs up on the tuition. Please support the PayPal. It, I think you got some really good game on today's show. Just opening it up. So yeah, we got a lot, just a lot of stuff to cover. Like I said, we're dealing with the worst hoes on the planet. You know what I'm saying? You got women even from back in the day. If the internet was around back in the day, they would move a little bit more tactful. You know what I'm saying? Of course, there's a bunch of hoes out here for sure, but it would move with a little bit more tact. And I don't even think I would, of course, a lot of women want attention, but to tell you the truth, everything's on steroids. The internet has put everything on steroids, and I think the type of attention, how fast and how adjusted people are to it now. I think a lot of the old school roles, divas and stuff like that, they would turn down all this attention. You know, because even back in the day, there was a such thing as too much attention. You know, they didn't have the concept of attention being currency. You know, of course, it's always going to be a commodity to women, but attention wasn't currency. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure, like the hoes of yesteryear, they wouldn't be gun ho into OnlyFans, because remember, before feminism, and a lot of average women and a lot of the more less attractive women tried to get rid of pretty privilege, you know, and we're gonna get to the concept of pretty punishment. But before they got rid of the appraisal system, there was levels to the hoeing, for sure. A Playboy bunny wouldn't want to be called a hoe. She worked her ass off to become a bunny. You know, she wouldn't want to be called a pro. You know, even if she was one. Playboy bunny wouldn't be hanging out in a regular strip club, even if she did at one point. She's a bunny now. You know, so women back in the day had a form of hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? Of course, there was a lot of hoes back in the day, but it wasn't as prevalent as today. Like there's way too many hoes out. You know that like being an actual feminine, good woman will make you stand out like a sore goddamn thumb. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think the hoes of yesteryear would be jumping towards the attention today. Also, too, like I said, we're living in a day and age where men are asking for gold diggers. You know what I'm saying? And the gold diggers, say what you want about them. The women of yesteryear, they had more integrity than the women of today. The diva era. You know what I'm saying? They had a little bit more integrity. They carried themselves a little bit more, you know, uh, with a lot more integrity than the women of today. You know, the scammer mindset has really permeated itself into a lot of the stuff that we're going to be talking about and going over on today's show. You know, so please. Hold on, y'all. Support the show. I don't know which topic I want to get into first, but anyway, um, just so much stuff to go over on today's show. So, shout out to Jimmy Kimmel. He got his show back. You know, yeah, we're gonna comb through it, Raven. You know, but shout out to Jimmy Kimmel. He got his show back. You know, it definitely didn't. It definitely didn't make ABC look better. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully Jimmy, do what they were gonna do the whole time. You know, I remember during the pandemic, they were gonna replace us. You know, they were gonna replace us in the space. You know, with like Tonight Show hosts and stuff like that. They were gonna replace us YouTubers. So they realized throughout the pandemic that they needed the YouTubers. You know, so now all of a sudden, they're trying to give us our credit somewhat. But shout outs to everybody here. Good to see everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. An hour and 8 minutes into the, you know what I'm saying, into the game. Speaking of YouTube, man, if you guys are on Facebook, uh, there is like this payout. One of a bunch of payouts that's coming. But it's not that much. I think it's like 11 million, or I don't know. I forgot the actual number. Right? Hotspot, you slow as fuck. Niggas, a nigga up here doom scrolling, don't even know where he at. You lost, nigga. You slow as hell. But anyway, Facebook got this payout, but it really ain't that much. But hey, some of y'all, if y'all been on Facebook for a minute, there was a class action lawsuit. Y'all might want to figure out how to sign it because people get a little $40, little $50. That's good, you know. Especially in today's day and age, go get yourself something nice. So definitely check that out and see the other lawsuits that they may have. You may be you may be entitled to compensation. Facebook, just like a lot of these websites, will take your personal information and start selling it and stuff like that. And you know, um, a lot of that stuff ain't in the fine print. And a lot of people ain't happy about that. So they got a couple of class action lawsuits out there and stuff like that. So y'all check that out. Yeah, but shout out to Jimmy Kimmel. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad he got his show back. Like I said, even on my pre-record, that it's not a good look. And yeah, I think Disney, effed up, by taking his show down. Because Jimmy Kimmel, a lot of people actually don't like Jimmy Kimmel. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people actually don't like Jimmy Kimmel. You know, but then again, he's still a notable face. Even though a lot of people they really don't get that type of comedy nowadays. White humor has become super dry, and a lot of people don't get it. A lot of the younger crowd, they're not gonna understand like an improv type humor. They're not, and they brought the show back, but I don't think these shows are gonna last for a while. Like, whose line is it anyway? Those type of shows, like those type of improv shows. Um, I don't know. Regular comedy is super raw to the kids nowadays. Even the millennials and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We're used to regular comedy. You know what I'm saying? We're used to regular comedy. We'll understand the harshness and and the the allure of regular comedy. But today's generation, they understand TikTok. They understand Vine. They understand YouTube and stuff like that. This is why when like Haha Davis and all of these comedians, meet up with Mike Epps and Kai Cenat and all these other people that just make you laugh. They don't even have to be comedians and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, they you know they get offended. Like a Patrice O'Neal. Like, imagine how much times Patrice O'Neal would have been canceled in today's society if he was still around. Patrice O'Neal would have let me tell y'all what, like, Dave Chappelle, who also damn near got assassinated for his views, and Patrice O'Neal and a couple of other people have done. They make a lot of people guilty laugh. They make a lot of people guilty laugh. And a lot of people, they hate to guilty laugh. You know what I'm saying? They hate to guilty laugh. They hate to laugh at something that they should be feeling offended by. And they hate for people to catch it on camera. You know, they hate for people to catch it on camera. Like why are you laughing? They don't like when people catch it on camera. All right. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. Good to see you. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Good to see you. Hopefully you guys can hear me clearly. My Wi-Fi is fucked, you know. But I'm glad to be here and to be of service, saving y'all Tuesday. You did what I'm saying, giving y'all a great show. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to War Master. Shout outs to LT Man. Listen, man, I'm having somewhat of a pretty good day. I'm happy. I passed my bookkeeping certification earlier today. I spent all day yesterday studying, and I took the test. And earlier today, I passed. So definitely want to celebrate with you guys. You dig what I'm saying? You know, Definitely got my certification, and it looks good. I definitely need to print it out and frame it or do something with it. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with it yet, but you know, man, I don't even know how much I passed by. I know I failed last month, and it was like 80% to pass it, and I was getting like 76s and 77s, and then I had to wait a whole another month to take it. So definitely finna celebrate a little bit. So I feel a little bit better on today's show, you know. But shout out to everybody here in the building again. Definitely please hit the like button on the way in. Double tap the screen. And an hour and 15 minutes into the madness. Now look, this is what I was gonna do. Shout outs to War Master. War Master done fell asleep on the last show. So we're gonna get into this first before we get into the more serious topics. We were talking about video games on the last show, and I remember I showed you guys. You said, "Congrats! What's the plan now?" Well, I've already, I'm gonna wait till I get back in the state and stuff like that to file like I'm gonna do a sole proprietor company, but honestly, and I gotta send this to you, LT man. I was supposed to tag you with something earlier. Doug DeMuro, I wanted to tag you, but I couldn't find your YouTube handle. Doug DeMuro did a review of the Audi. What was it? It was a smaller Audi that wasn't allowed in the United States, and I was gonna tag you in it a couple of hours ago, but I couldn't find your tag. But I'll show it to you a little bit later. Remind me. But no, I'm just gonna redo my resume and basically, take on some clients. I got some stuff. I got to roll out. Ready. and just basically take on some clients. You know what I'm saying? I already have my logo, I already have my company and stuff like that. I just, it's like what Andrew Tate said. Like I said, I'm going to send this to you in Hustlers University. And anybody here, that's starting like any type of business or online business or something like that, start like an online business or anything like that. Before you do anything, make sure the money's coming in first. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I'm gonna tell you the truth. And even though some companies like what I'm doing, like bookkeeping and stuff, which you really don't have to, but it's better. Um, you can definitely register your business faster than others, or should. But you really don't have to. It's really money in first. You don't if you're not making no type of money, you don't have a business. You know. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie. In America, so many loopholes, y'all. Rule of thumb: you don't really have to file unless you make more than 6 grand to 100K. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I got my logo. I got definitely my banners and stuff like that. So just basically all what I'm doing right now is just basically marketing, and then I'm gonna spend the rest of today just redoing my resume, and I get to add my badges and my certifications to my resume. So just revamping a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Tying up the loose ends. You said, what can the certificate do for you? Just asking out of curiosity. It legitimizes you. It just people look for people to be pro advisors. It lets people know that you know what you're doing with the interface and the software. And then what QuickBooks does is they give you what's called a pro advisor profile. And with the pro advisor profile, um, they send you clients. So let's say if you become a pro advisor in Chicago and people go onto Google and they're like, "Hey, I need to find a bookkeeper and stuff like that." Let me Google and see like what bookkeepers are in the immediate area. You know, your name should pop up in QuickBooks or Intuit, the company that owns QuickBooks. They will send you clients. So that's good also. You know what I'm saying? So, if you're attracting clients by yourself and you want to manually get clients, that's also good. Yeah, definitely open. Yeah, I'm not gonna do LLC. It's gonna be a sole proprietor, at least for the first year or so. Definitely not gonna do limited liability corporation. You know. Yeah. Well, actually, I might. I don't know. If I can get my hand on one of them damn loans, I will. But you know, and the reason why earlier, and I don't, and I'm not a financial advisor. You know what I'm saying? Oddly enough, um, with the remote bookkeeping, you can start it remote because you know what a lot of people do. They waste a lot of money by like getting an office, and then other than getting an office, like they get like a bunch of like they get staplers and all kinds of equipment and stuff like that, when really all you really need is like a tablet or your laptop, to access QuickBooks and stuff like that. So I look forward to taking on a bunch of clients and cleaning up their books, saving them time, and making them money. I really look forward to it. So and I'm glad I got that out the way, because I'm like, dang, in between studying, that, and studying, some of the tech stuff that I'm studying, like I'm like, I can kind of like relax a little bit, aside from working, I can relax a little bit and take on a couple of clients. So I'm just glad I got that out the way. It was just something that was hanging over my head. And the cool thing about it, they do got a level 2 certification, but you don't really need to get that. Even though I'm gonna still try to get it this winter or this fall. But I'm gonna just like revamp my resume, and like the thing is that like once you get the certification, you get it to keep and stuff like that, and all you really got to do is take it once a year, but you don't have to take the whole test over. Literally, if like there's a new feature on QuickBooks, they just quiz you on the new stuff and then you pass it. So it's good. It's kind of like renewing your license. What's going on, Chris G? Shout outs to War Master on the YouTube side of the game. I'm getting roasted. War Master said, notice how Kuda didn't notice his police chase pic. The truth is out there. That's not me, man. That's a girl. That's a female. That's a woman that's saying love songs. You know? Check the hold on too. I played it earlier. Check the instrumental. You know how you like you know how you like No Police by Doja Cat, War Master, and I played it the other day for you. Hold on. Where do you think this instrumental came from? Hold on, check it out. Check me out. Check me out. Check me out, y'all. Check me out. Where do you think this instrumental came from? Same instrumental. Hold on. All right. Now shout outs to everybody here. You said it doesn't matter. Yeah, just get an EIN number and connect it to the business account. Okay. Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay. Shout outs to LT man. Yes, sir. Definitely was gonna reach out to you. Shout outs to Chris G, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. The Chris G said, congratulations on the certs. Yes, yes, yes. I appreciate it. Thank you, bro. And thank you everybody for being here, man. We've been, it's just been a lot of work, y'all know I've been working like a dog, and I appreciate everybody that hit the like button and definitely supports the show. Because, we've been doing great on Player Talk Radio. Now, I think next week we're going to apply for monetization. I'll let y'all know how it goes. So, aside from, other things, going to be, I'm not going to say it's going to be pretty dry, but I'm going to change up the format of the show a little bit. Just a tad bit. Nothing too crazy. What was I about to say? I had something else. War Master, let me show you guys something. How much the how much the tech and gear has changed over the year. This is the hold on real quick. LT man, this is the car that I was gonna show you because LT man likes Audis, y'all. I was like, you don't need the what you call it. You don't need the what you call it, the Lamborghini Gallardo. You can get one of these. You can get one of these Audi
cars was Quattro,
A2.
their all-wheel drive system, which was at least an option on every other Audi in this era and going back years before. But the A2 was never offered with all-wheel drive. It was an Audi you couldn't get with Quattro. Seems mind-blowing, but that was the situation with the quirky A2. And of course, there are many more A2 quirks and features worth.
Shout outs to Doug DeMiro. But anyway, hold on, guys. All right, hold on. Let me show y'all something, man. Vertical is weird. I can't even lie. Vertical is weird. Vertical is weird. All right. You said Kuda's never never get monetized. No, look, I got a plan. I got a plan. We're definitely gonna get monetized again. We're definitely gonna get monetized again. I got a plan. I definitely got a plan. Okay. Now look at this real quick, all right? Look at this. Roland As y'all know, El Gato, and you have like Roland, and you have like all of these companies coming out with these interfaces, right? Speaking of video games, right? You have all of these companies coming out with interfaces, okay? I'm gonna have to change up my list, right? If you guys are looking for equipment, I'm about to show y'all a gem. Okay. So as you guys know, I've recommended so much gear, hardware gear, to a lot of people in the space, you know. Um, Most notably, if you guys need to know, Kevin Samuels, you know, definitely I was the guy behind the equipment list for his studio. And even from back then, so much stuff has changed when it comes to gear and equipment. And I'm not going to lie, this piece of equipment, if I can find it, has caught my goddamn attention. It's called the Roland Bridgecast 1. And it is let me see. Why can't I share this page? It is a beautiful piece of equipment. Check this out,
I'm
guys.
very excited about this video. And
I don't know why this man painted his nails, but shouts to Heller.
about this device that I'm about to show you. This is the Roland Bridgecast 1. It's an XLR interface with mixing controls, built-in voice effects, flexible I/O, and it's $179. I think a lot of people are going to be excited about this.
I think this is perfect. I think this is perfect for $179. Shout outs to LT man dropping the Q and starting off the show right. The huge $20 on the Cash App. Thank you. Thank you. LT man says congratulations on the cert. Lunch on Hemp for Fitness. Thank you so much for supporting the show as always. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio. Hold on. I got you guys. Give me 1 second. Let's get into it. It's Player Talk Radio. Hold on. Hold on, guys. My hands are tied. Hold on, guys. My hands are tied. You know where we going, where the money reside. Let's go. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
All right, we going. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm asked. What the what? What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb.
That's on Mary Had a Little Lamb.
Okay.
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 Okay. Shout outs to LT. Shout outs to LT, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Shout outs to everybody here. Yes, please hit the like button, everybody. Please support the show. All right, please support the show. The clap. It's the clap. You said I've been subbed to him for a while. One day I seen he painted his nails. Well look. You know, he does video gaming streams, and y'all know this, you know, we have a tech channel here, you know, and still, and we're moving our way back around to video gaming, you know. So what I'm saying is this, right? He does a lot of I'll give y'all the game. I'll give y'all the game. Shout outs to LT man. I'll just straight up give y'all the game. He does a lot of gear content, microphones, cameras, and stuff like that. But where he makes his money, I forgot the name of this service. Cause I talked to him behind the scenes. But where he makes his money is I used to talk to him behind the scenes, him, Bark, Bandrew, and everybody. I haven't talked to them in a minute, but where he makes his money is he has a streaming platform where I think it's called Stream Beats. So what he did was back in the day, he made a platform where he had non copyrighted music that gamers can use, and that's where he blew up. So he became a millionaire. He became a millionaire. After he blew up. With Stream Beats. So that was pretty interesting. But I want y'all to take a look at this interface. You can do so much with this little ass interface that it's ridiculous. Take.
In my opinion, the Roland Bridgecast 1
Because a lot of the stuff that's out right now is overkill.
completes the trifecta of
I would definitely recommend this.
audio devices that have released in the last month. We have versatility with the Elgato because it's essentially
With the arch back,
we have
yeah.
power with the Beacon, and with the Roland Bridgecast 1, we have value. And for creators to have this level of choice for the first time, super exciting. I'm going to do a full comparison video soon.
Now look at these three. I can't really zoom in here, but look at these three pieces of tech. One is the bigger Roland. Well, I don't know what this is. I think this is called a Beacon. It looks like a radio. I might have to check this out. But you have the new Stream Deck, which you don't really, even though it looks good, I'll take the old ones. All those knobs and twisty turnies and stuff like that. I mean, how long are you gonna spend looking at a Stream Deck? But then again, it's pretty nice. This right here though, this Roland, this is perfect. Takes up less real estate on your desk. It can power, versus the P4 has 63. Both can power a SM7B with no cloud lifter, but I think he said that he had this one, the preamp, at 50, which that means it's powerful. So let's go.
Like next month and talk about why I gave them each these scores. So if you want to see that, make sure you subscribe. While you're down there, hit the like button. This video is sponsored by Roland, so I won't be doing a deep comparison video when one of them is the sponsor. That'll be for the next video. But let's get back to Roland. This is actually Roland's third device. They released the original Bridgecast back in 2023, and about a year later, they released the Bridgecast X, and now they've released the One. And with each of these releases, I've actually met with the team, either on Zoom or meeting at their office in Tokyo. They really wanted to hear feedback on how Roland devices can bring real value to the gaming space, which is great because for the last two devices, my feedback has been kind of harsh. They've just been really niche. Like the Bridgecast X can capture HDMI surround sound audio, and then they let you tweak that directional audio right inside the software. They showed me how to do that at their headquarters in Japan, and it was really cool. But it's a $500 device, and their software basically needs a complete overhaul. It meant I had a hard time recommending this to your average streamer when really this device is for audiophiles who want a serious immersive audio experience. So, back to the One. They sent me this device a couple months ago, and third time's a charm.
めっちゃ好きです。楽しみです。
This device carves out a space in gaming gear that just currently doesn't exist. It just does pretty much everything you need an XLR interface to do for nearly half the price of the other ones. I'll show you. Let's go over that list of 4 things I mentioned in the beginning. First, the XLR interface. Right now, I have a regular SM7B plugged directly into this thing. And the SM7B, if you're not aware, is kind of the litmus test for XLR interfaces,
Right.
because the SM7B requires a powerful preamp to run properly. If this mic sounds okay, any mic will sound okay. And you can hear it sounds fine right now. The preamp built into this has up to 75 dB of gain, which is more than you'll ever need. I think I'm only using about 50 for this microphone. It's got a whole suite of plugins to polish up your voice, like EQ, compression,
And that's
noise
when it
gate,
comes
it's all
with
there.
software.
And something that stands out is all those effects are processed on the device, which does 2 things for you. First, it means your PC doesn't have to process all the effects, so it can focus on frames in your game. And two, it means that if you're plugging your headphones into this and listening to your voice back in your headset, you can hear those effects in real time. Let's jump into thing number 2. The mixing. The Roland team and I have spent hours on calls at this point talking about the mixing functionality and how to make that user experience perfect. And they've already made a couple changes based on feedback that I gave them. You have all your software channels that you normally have, and then you can assign 3 to the device itself. By default, they're the mic, the chat, and the game. You click the dial in the middle to toggle between the 3 channels, or you have something called balance mode. And balance mode is really cool. It combines the second and third channel onto that middle dial for faster adjustments. And this is really cool because the chat and game channels are typically the 2 that you need to adjust quickly in the middle of a game, and now you can do it without toggling and without even looking at the device. If you turn the dial towards the chat side, the game volume lowers. And if you turn it towards the game side, it lowers the chat. I think most gamers are going to use this in balance mode because it's so much faster to adjust, and so I gave them a slightly different idea. And Roland and I would actually love to hear your feedback on these 2 different approaches and which one you like better. I suggested that because what you're really doing is turning down the chat or turning down the game, that you treat each side like a separate figure. So if you want to turn down the chat, you pull down the chat side. And if you want to turn down the game, you pull down the game side. And then you hold the middle button to snap both faders back to their default level, and then use the sides on the side to assemble. That just felt a little bit more intuitive to me. And if you agree, leave a 2 in the comments. And if you agree with Roland's original way of doing it, put a 1 in the comments, and any reasoning you might.
That's just crazy that we're using all of this gear. It's just crazy that we're using all of this gear now with what will be called video game equipment. It went from podcasting gear, which is studio equipment, to video game equipment running, mics that wasn't designated for that case usage. And now it's video gaming gear running studio equipment. This shit is crazy.
Might have. And then in the next call I have with Roland, we will most likely discuss your comments.
And then also too, I'm gonna give y'all the sauce. I'm gonna give y'all the secret. Anyhow, you have any type of interface or microphone, especially if it's I guess you could say a plug and play. You know what I'm saying? Mic going into your computer, and you have a interface like this, because you can always use the interface, quote unquote, that's running the mic as the sound source. Obviously, that's what you want to use it. That's what you want to use it as, right? Yeah, Raven, I told them this day was gonna come. They tried to cancel me in this space over microphones. Now look. And I said it was the gamers that was gonna do them in, And plus, we were doing video game streams over here. Most of the people in the Manosphere till this day still don't know how to run a video game rig in this space. But you can get this app called Voice Meter, and you have one's called Banana and one's called I'm not sure what they're on now. Is it Potato or some shit? I don't know. They change it up all the time, but it's called Voice Meter. And basically, if you know what you're doing, or you can go on YouTube and and figure it out. You can literally turn any mic into a clean, crispy sounding. You can literally transform any mic that you have into like into like a pro grade, studio, pro grade studio mic. You just got to know how to tune it the right way and see if it responds the right way. Back to. It depends. Like, what do you like? Do you like compression? Do you like more lower hat? You can do whatever you want because, the sound is digital. And then that's what a lot of people are doing nowadays. Instead of getting like a physical hardware, analog, instead of getting like a physical hardware mixer, people, it's software now. That's why you haven't really seen, I haven't popped out with no new gear, no new equipment, no new mixer and stuff like that. Because it's like now everybody's switching to software. You know, and then a lot of these companies like StreamYards and stuff like that, they've taken our suggestions and they listen to us and you know integrated some of this stuff into their interfaces and stuff like that. So like even StreamYards and stuff like that got a mini mixer, and all of these softwares got mini mixers and stuff in them, but now they're more intuitive, or they're offering stereo, or just you know so it kind of cuts a lot of people from not necessarily having to buy one, but getting a Rodecaster. Most people don't know what the hell, even to this day, most people don't know what they're doing with the Rodecaster. And like I've said, the Rodecaster is overkill. You know, people don't stream. They don't work like me or like other people. Like it's just overkill. And then they still got to learn how to integrate some of those sounds. They got to program it. And it's still very much analog. The software that came with the Rodecaster, yeah, I mean it's decent, but it's like you still got to know what you're doing. When you start adding like effects and certain things with it, you have to know what you're doing. Knowing what you're doing is vital. Or at least know how you sound, know, or at least know what sounds that you're going for. And yeah, video games has absolutely changed, you know. But I think now is a great time to get back into video games, and also, when stuff like this is going on in the gaming world, it's a good idea to go back to retro games, like what we was talking about the other day. You know what I'm saying, Raven? With with the you know Final Fantasy Tactics. You know that new Final Fantasy Tactics look good, bro. I will disappear for weeks on end if I'm not streaming that game. I will, bro. I've always wanted to deep dive into Tactics too. I haven't played Tactics. I've played damn near all Final Fantasies except for Tactics. Rodecaster 3 is pretty much already out. The actual 3 is just like the new one. Video, audio. Yeah, if I get a Rodecaster, I'll get a Duo, but I will take this over a damn Duo any day.
I also just found out these guys are going to be at TwitchCon this weekend. So if a budget device is what you're looking for and you want the chance to give them some feedback in person, I'm going to be doing it. I suggest you do it. And then lastly, these buttons are
overkill
buttons. The Bridgecast one also has a voice changer built in, and just like the effects we talked about earlier, it is processed on the device.
Now this right here, the voice changer. Yeah.
The way you control these is really clever. You have a button that toggles the effect on and off, and you can save up to 5 different voice effects that you can switch between by holding the button and turning the dial. You can also put effects on your game audio, and it works the same way. And you can use this to do things like quickly boosting footstep volume near the end game. And the last thing we're talking
now, shout outs to Warmaster. Warmaster has a Roland, I believe it's a VTTI. I believe Fasting has one also. And I guess that's a Roland thing, with the voice changer and stuff like that. Roland definitely doesn't include these features on their music boxes, but hey, voice changer it is.
Talking about here's a nice touch, because it's something that's missing from a lot of current gaming mixers.
Yeah, man.
And that is,
and you can and this is the thing, Warmaster. If you use the software with it, you can load up 5 different voices, But see, the voice changer on the Roland VT the VT4. Okay, yeah, I said VTT4. Okay, yeah, the the voice on the Roland VT4 is coming from the engine that's in it, you know. So that's why people was, and shout outs to Party. I'm gonna see if I can show y'all the new MPC also. You know, when people are saying like, why do you prefer analog? It's because they don't understand that the machine has an engine in it, and with musical gear, this is why I was telling people in the manosphere to get mics and stuff before they start bitching. You know, with musical gear, it gets better the more you use it. Music gear gets better the more you use it, y'all. And the engines and stuff like that, they warm up. They take on a different sound. With musical gear, you have to break it in. That's what she said. So when you break in musical gear, the more you use it, the better you'll sound. Because that's the type of gear it's in. That's the type of gear it is. Um, when you buy a brand new skateboard, let's say you buy a skateboard, a lot of people don't know that skateboard actually moves. That brand new skateboard is going to be stiff as hell when you first get it, because guess what? You haven't broken it in yet. So the skateboard is going to be stiff because guess what? The skateboard, it personalizes itself to your skating style. Like after a while, the board starts to curve and gains, even though it's still a skateboard, it starts to gain a different shape because it's molding to your style, you know? And what happens is when you break it in, then you know how to flip it, and you know what it's going to do. Where to put your feet for like pressure flips and the curvature and the concave and stuff on the board. Everything kind of molds to you. Okay, a lot of people don't know that. Well, the same thing with a microphone. People was bitching to me and saying, "Oh, well, I'm not trying to buy your microphone, Cooter. I'm not trying to buy your microphone. I just don't know." And I'm like, you buy that microphone one time and it's going to be with you for like 10 years. It's going to be with you for like 10 years. And on the 10th year, it's going to be sounding good because guess what? All of the magnets and the coils and the springs in that microphone, and the interface and the preamps that you run it through, that microphone is going to sound really good. Like, for example, in music, right? If you go look at Bruno Mars and you go look at Childish Gambino, they go find like the older artists and stuff like that. They go find the older funk artists, and they go find like the older musicians and stuff like that when they're working on that sound. They get those artists and they get them in studio. What's going on, King Pix? No, I haven't played the new one. I wish I could. No, I haven't played the new one. But no, they bring those bands in the studios, but they make sure those bands bring their equipment, and that's where you get that good sound. You know what I'm saying? Like with the NPCs, the older NPCs, those engines, they knock a little bit different because they've been broken in. So you're gonna get a knock out of an NPC 3000 that you really can't. I mean, obviously you can get it out of the new ones too, sort of. But like if you have an ear, you hear it. If you have an ear, you hear it. You're not gonna get the same knock out of it. That you would. You got instruments like you got instruments like the Behringer, right? I had a Behringer that came out that was a clone. I got the digital one on the MPC now, but there was a Behringer that came out. Behringer bites off of everybody, y'all. But it was the clone of the Model D, right? It was a clone of the Model D, which is a mini Moog, right? Moog is like And y'all lucky I took a hiatus a little bit from producing a little bit, because honestly, when it gets to that point, I call call the amber lamp. I'm sick. When y'all start seeing me, I didn't hang my status up, War Master. No, man. I'm making my way back. I'm making my way back to gaming. I'm making my way back to gaming. Hell no, I didn't hang it up. I'm segueing y'all into a video game right now. War Master just roasting me from YouTube. But no, look, um, it's a synthesizer, right, y'all? That when you play it, the more you play it, it kind of detunes itself. But when it detunes itself, it has a special sound to it. You know what I'm saying? While it detunes itself, and you can only get that special sound from an analog machine. You know, so as an audiophile, War Master is an audiophile too. Especially if you have quality headphones, you can hear a digital sound versus an analog sound. It's a completely different sound. Not that most people care. Most people don't give a damn, you know. But you can hear it. You can definitely hear it. But I will say this for all of the new and upcoming YouTubers that are listening, or people that do actually YouTube, um, and this is the reason, and hit me up if you guys are going to buy microphones. Trust me, hit me up before you make a purchase. I might have something better for you, or cheaper or better, right? um if you're going to be doing content and not necessarily being a talking head or coming onto the screen or whatever, focus on sounding good. Because when you sound good and you listen back to your replay, most people don't like the way they sound. But when you sound good, you're gonna be really in your bag. You're gonna be really dropping gems when you know you sound good. And that's the best voice that anybody can give you, because you'll have conviction in what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? If you really putting in work and stuff like that, you'll have conviction in what you're saying. And then it's gonna be to the point where your voice naturally projects itself. Your voice naturally sounds like you're always speaking into a microphone. Like your voice naturally sounds like you. It's like the it's funny. I used to call this back in the day the T-Pain effect. You know how T-Pain and Future, they damn near use auto-tune for so long, they sound like the damn auto-tune machine, even when they're not using auto-tune. That's kind of the effect that you get. You know, that's kind of the effect that you get. So before you guys make any purchases, hit me up. I'll be able to voice match you to the perfect microphone. And yeah, you're gonna get that you're gonna get that conviction. You're gonna Now, I told Kevin Samuels to get an SM7B, but truthfully, Kevin Samuels would sound a lot better with the RE20. you know. But that's some other game. All right. Listen, Raven was frying me on the last show, and I told Raven as soon as I get my Xbox back, the first game I'm going to play is Mass Effect, and I'm going to get the hell up out of that Citadel. Because that's been an ongoing joke for too long. And I said too, I'm gonna upload that particular game from the cloud and pick up where I left off and try to get out of the Citadel. Because after I remember the story, y'all don't think I remember. I remember the story. I had a gunfight with that big ass monster in that little scientist room, and then I'm supposed to go find somebody and talk to somebody, and that's when I got stuck in the Citadel because y'all, it's an Xbox One game, mind y'all what we're talking about, and the map ain't good. You know, finding shit on the map, they'll like light up an area and like you don't know who the hell you got to talk to in that area. And then you'll talk to the person that you're meant to talk to, but you just didn't go down the line of conversation that you're supposed to go down. So I think that's what got me stuck, you know. But listen, y'all, by then, we're going to have War Master playing Persona and Metal Gear Solid, all right? So we're going to get back into gaming. We got to mask some of these streams behind gaming. It's a YouTube thing, but hell, I'll be able to spend more time dropping content and kicking it with you guys, you know, in my spare. All right? But let's get into this before we get into it. Speaking of games, let's go.
The I/O. It brings back that simple line in.
Now look at this. You get your XLR, you get your single XLR port right here. Right? You get your audio out, your audio in, and your headphone jack right here. And then also you get a tab to switch over to auxiliary, and you get a tab to switch over to USB. Now this is weird because like you have console and you got PC. Now look at what he says. Pay attention, pay attention, War Master. Check this out.
They call aux on here and line out like you had on the Go XLR to do a simple 2 PC streaming setup. Or if you're on a 1 PC setup, connect your speakers to the line out. The USB can plug into a PC, or you just flip that switch to console mode and you can plug it into a PlayStation 5 or a Nintendo Switch. It's interesting that neither this nor the Beacon Studio can connect to an Xbox. So
you see? That's the only, see, just when you find something good, it says the Beacon Studio cannot connect into an Xbox. God damn. It probably could through the controller, though, because I think there's a headphone port on the controller, if I'm not mistaken. But let's go. What's going on, Paul?
I'm going to assume that's an Xbox issue.
We're going to get War Master into Persona, but slowly but surely we got to get him into one turn-based game, and then he'll turn into it.
And the last thing on there is for the people that would use this for a 2 PC setup and have this connected over USB to the streaming PC. That would mean your gaming PC is going into the aux port. And so that last switch changes those game effects we talked about to apply to the aux input and not the USB input. I think that was a nice little touch. That's a lot of stuff for $179. You can see why I'm so excited about this. The other devices that came out this month are really great, but there needs to be a lower cost option, and now we have one. I will leave a link to this in the description if you're interested, and I'm already excited to do a comparison between the 3 devices. So hit the subscribe button if you want to see that. Like the video if you haven't yet, and if you haven't commented, just leave your favorite emoji for engagement. And as always, happy streaming.
Shout outs to War Master. Yeah, you can definitely just get a Rodecaster. I would say a Duo. But for the average gamer, Rodecaster, overkill. Overkill. You know. But let's get into it. So shout outs to LT, man. Shout outs to War Master. Shout outs to Link. Shout outs to Party. Shout outs to everybody here in the building. You know, UFO Kamikaze. I know he hasn't popped in yet, but and everybody that's just been tuning into the live streams. Chris G, you know, and One Play 5, you know, everybody here. Bronze Flat Power God, you know, Cynical, everybody. Y'all know, and one of my talking points is going around, but I'm going to talk to you guys about it on the pre-record. So y'all check out the pre-records, which I'm talking about this from because I, you know, gave War Master and LT Man a shout out on the pre-record talking about this, right? So, and I still can't remember the name. We might probably go search that game after we go to Metal Gear Solid, right? But a lot of the games that I was talking about on the last couple of shows, and even on this show, showcased something, y'all. All right. Now, as a kid growing up playing some of these games, I didn't know how deep some of these games would go, especially like a game like Metal Gear Solid. I had, first of all, had no business playing Final Fantasy VII. I didn't know how deep that game was gonna go. Metal Gear Solid turned into something completely different. It's just crazy that that this game, that these games were on the PlayStation, and it just showed. And actually, Hideo Kojima, the guy that created Metal Gear Solid, they kind of screwed him out of his deal. And this is the reason why Delta is like, that just came out is like so crazy and big now because he came out with another game, but it wasn't as good. But he has like a whole brand new game, and they're saying it's just it looks like it's going to be Metal Gear Solid ish. But anyway, um, I had no business playing these games, and I used to be fascinated with games because guess what? I mean, why not? We came up in the best video gaming era. You know what I'm saying? We came up in the best video gaming era. And I would look at some of these games, like even and even the horrible ones, like like have you guys ever went to the arcade and played Mortal Kombat? And they even had a character name after what I'm walking you guys down to. So there, if you guys ever played Mortal Kombat, if you ever looked at how it looked, like if you went to the arcade, if you ever looked at how it looked, those were people that were in the studio and they basically used like a camera, right? And they captured those people's sprites. And basically you're just looking at different emotes of actual people, doing certain things, right? And then later on, when they started rendering these Mortal Kombat characters from still pictures, doing like these movements, they start doing what's called mocap. Okay, mocap is short for motion capture. You know what I'm saying? See how that works? Mocap. They just shorten it. And if y'all ever see me on here roasting somebody, and I say something and say, "Hey, this person is larping as something," the word LARP is an acronym for live action role play. Okay, live action role play. So a lot of these games, even though they were 3D back in the day, a lot of the movements and stuff came from actual people. So they would have to get stuntmen to play as a lot of these video game characters and characters that we like. And also too, your imagination, or the creators, their imagination gets to run wild where they can start creating cities and towns, and this is how this works and this is how that works. So playing Final Fantasy back in the day, seeing like 3D renders of some of this stuff, I've always had in the back of my mind that who comes up with this stuff? Like, damn, this is realistic, or this seems real, or hey, pay attention to this because this might actually be a thing in the future. you know um Games like Legend of Dragoon, Final Fantasy, Vagrant Story, uh Star Ocean, like all of these different turn-based games. And then not even that, I used to play like the animated games from Atlas. Atlas makes the best JRPGs, Japanese role-playing game, right? So, um, these games are they're dope. They're crazy too. at the same time. You know, what's going on, Ghostman Kang? They paved the way. You said I'm a real time strategy veteran. I gotta update Sid Meier's Civilization 7 and Command and Conquer. I'm playing a Civilization type game, but it's on mobile. And there's a Civilization game on mobile too. You dig? Shout outs to Ghostman Kang in the building. Alright. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. You know, but this is the thing, War Master, and everybody here. I've always, in the back of my mind, thought about it. Even Grand Theft Auto, shit. That's the big one of them all. You know, Grand Theft Auto. You know, can't forget Grand Theft Auto. A lot of people don't remember. They were, you know, Grand Theft Auto back in the day. It wasn't like a side scroller game, but it was one of those games where like the camera view was like overhead and stuff like that. You know, if you played the real Grand Theft Auto from back in the day, London 1969, and the old school Grand Theft Auto, that game is actually pretty fun. You know, but anyway, you know, I digress. But anyway, had no business playing these games. Not because they were rated mature, but because how deep and complex they became. And I'm not gonna lie, I look back. Oh, and I was watching your man. Listen, I haven't seen my girl in a minute. Let me see. Remember, I remember. Nobody was talking about her in the space, and y'all haven't seen. People haven't been talking about her for a minute. Remember my girl, y'all. Not Lady Pelvic. You know, a lot of y'all don't know about Lady Pelvic from Pelvic Gaming, but remember my girl Sun P. Oh yeah, 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 Sun P. Hold on, she just got a bunch of PS.
Was I ripped off? All this cost me £50.
Dang, Sims 2, and these are like some uncanny games. Minority Report, Crash Tag Team Racing.
Chelsea FC.
I don't know
Pool
what
Paradise.
that is. Pool Paradise was good.
Star Wars.
Star Wars is good.
GoldenEye. Brothers in Arms. 007. Prince of Persia.
Ooh, Prince of Persia. Sims Busting Out was good.
Sims Busting Out. Castaway. King Kong. Star Wars Starfighter. Robot Warlord. Snooker. WWE SmackDown. Avacing Star. Ghost Recon. Medieval Honor. Crash Racers. Royal
Medieval Honor. What?
Humans. Starsky and Hutch. Star Wars Lego.
Starsky and Hutch was good.
Buzz. Minority Report. Dynasty Tactics. And Seek and Destroy.
Oh yeah, they don't know. Look, Warmaster, I'm telling you, I'm leaning back into the gaming, man. They don't know about Sun P. They don't know about Sun P. Yeah. Lord have mercy. Ooh, Lord have mercy. Anyway,
my house because I'm painting it pink.
Oh my goodness. All right. Anyway, dang, she got it's an ODS. What's this?
Hi guys! So welcome back to my channel. I woke up feeling sad today. I don't know what it is. I just have this anxious feeling inside of me, like some sort of monster that's just caving deeply inside of my stomach, wanting to get out and rotting from the inside. So I thought I would open a very exciting parcel. Now, this is retro, and the fact that it's retro makes me feel so old because this was the console of my absolute dreams and I could never afford this edition. And now at this ripe age, I finally was able to afford it. And by golly gosh, it was quite expensive.
All right. So yeah, y'all kind of know what's going on there. All right. Let's get into the game real quick. I'm all over the place. Oh yeah, she Beyond Cakes. Beyond cakes. Beyond cakes. Caked up for real, man. All right, let's get into this. I think this was a good
Metal Gear Solid franchise.
event. All right. So listen, I'm gonna attempt to explain this. Okay. This is technically old Snake. Okay. This is technically old Snake. Here. All right. This is technically old Snake. AKA Solid Snake. All right. You got, it's like scientific stuff. You got Solid Snake. You got Liquid Snake. You got, Venom Snake. You got, all different types of, so keep that in mind. It shows you the different snakes. It differentiates the different snakes. All right. So they're all not the same. So this is a clone, and his aging is sped up. All right, pay attention. Let's go.
This features one of the most extensive and elaborate timelines in
Metal Gear Solid equals Greek. Okay, this is the thing though. And the reason why I want you guys to kind of the reason why I want to open up this series to people that aren't really or refresh people that aren't that do know about it is because with the stuff going on today, a lot of this shit is relevant. All right, let's get it.
all of gaming. Konami's epic espionage series unfolds its dense narrative across 11 games with an alternate history spans from the height of the Cold War in the 1960s through to a neo-futuristic take on the 21st century.
It's big, it's bold, and it is absolutely, unequivocally, undeniably bonkers. And we wouldn't have it any other way. But how exactly does it all tie together?
Well, the short answer is, it's messy. The long answer, however, well, that's going to take some time to fully explain. To make matters even more complicated, there are a fair few games that aren't considered canon, including Metal Gear Acid and Snake's Revenge. And, well, the less said about Metal Gear Survive, the better. So don't expect that nonsense on this timeline. Regardless, this is going to be a long and detailed timeline, so in.
My name's Adam, and this is the complete Metal Gear Solid timeline, fully explained.
All right, y'all ready? And they're gonna leave out a lot of stuff. So I'm gonna try to fill some of this stuff in. But mind you, when they get around to Metal Gear Solid, not 1 on the Game Boy, when they get around to Metal Gear Solid 1, the one that was on the PlayStation, that's when we start. This is a different rendition of it, King Picks. The one that we watched actually was pretty good from Mojo. But this was the original one I did want to play. I told y'all we had to watch this again because War Master fell asleep. All right, let's go.
All right, Metal Gear's
there's a new game. Yeah. I was just telling them about the new one.
epic narrative kicks off in the height of the Cold War, right in the aftermath of the Cuban Missile Crisis, which takes on something of a slightly different context within the universe of Snake Eater.
After the US successfully rescues a defected Soviet rocket scientist by the name of Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov, the Russians retaliate by setting up a nuclear camp on the island of Cuba. And much like the real-world chain of events, the Soviet Union eventually agrees to remove their nuclear presence in an exchange of sorts. You see, the Soviets want dear old Sokolov back because of a little something known as Project Shagohod, a tank-like vehicle armed to the teeth with nuclear weaponry, which could be primed to strike anywhere in the world. And this is the context with which we first drop into the world of Metal Gear Solid. Fast forward 2 years to 1964, and we hit the main events of the first chronological game in the franchise, Snake Eater. The US has greenlit a mission to extract Sokolov once again before he can complete his work on Shagohod. To this end, they instruct Major Zero to lead a mission behind enemy lines, and he sets up a new CIA unit known as Fox to complete what they dub the Virtuous mission. On the team are paramedic, no guesses for what role they fill, a veteran soldier simply known as the Boss, more on her in a little bit, and the player character of Jack, a former pupil of the Boss, who goes by the slightly awkward codename Naked Snake. Snake infiltrates behind Soviet lines and without much in the way of hassle at all, is able to secure Sokolov.
But here's the rub. He's not the only one after the in-demand scientist.
You see, the pair are soon ambushed by a baby-faced Major Ocelot, a fella who will be cropping up in a fair whack of this timeline. Ocelot and his troops attempt to take Sokolov by force, but they're as effective as a light breeze against Snake's CQC skills, and the pair escape without harm. They don't escape from their next ambush though, which for Snake at least comes completely out of left field. The boss suddenly appears, and instead of helping Snake complete his mission, she reveals that she has defected to their Soviet counterpart and is taking Sokolov with her. Her comrades actually turn out to be the military intelligence agency GRU, who are attempting to seize power in the Soviet Union for themselves, and they want Sokolov and his Shagohod in order to do this. This treasonous little band is led by a lad called Volgin, who has also recruited the legendary Cobra unit.
Alright. Now, before I got into my little video game rant, I was walking you down how every single game I've noticed when they depict the future, it's always dystopian. Okay? And the reason why I said in the pre-record, shout outs to War Master and shout outs to LT Man, we had a conversation about how the West is inevitably headed into a dystopia, even with all this technology that we have. All right, let's go.
A band of superpowered troops that were led by the boss back in World War II. Anyway, the boss makes off with Sokolov and a pair of massive rockets called Davy Crockett rockets, and the so-called virtuous mission Volgin using one of the Davy Crockets to blow a nuclear hole in the middle of the Russian wilderness. Ouch.
And that's just the first hour of the game.
And also too, I guess it means something. His name, the boss or Big Boss now, his real name is Jack. His real name is Jack. For some odd reason, his real name is Jack. I just want to throw that out there. This is the thing. You know, be it though his real name is Jack, notice they'll call another character that they throw in named Raiden, his actual name is Jack also. But let's go.
We just got to the Not a Bond Song title credits.
Okay, so US-Soviet relations are obviously quite strained at this point, with the small matter of a nuclear bomb detonating on Russian soil exacerbating the situation. The Soviet President Khrushchev calls his US counterpart President Johnson.
I've played just about every game except for the first two on Game Boy. I haven't played like the first two that was like in 89 and in 88. You know, I was born in 89. See, I'm young, but old, but young, but old, but young, but old.
To tell him as much, and a little more. And by a little more, I mean threatening nuclear war with America. They come to a little deal to get
Oh man, pause, super pause. I just now picked up on
around this squabbling, whereby the US government has to effectively prove that they didn't have anything to do with the nuclear detonation. This amounts to another mission into the Russian jungle to eliminate Volgin and the bomb.
So basically, the boss, she basically goes down as like this war hero. You know what I'm saying? She basically goes down as like this war hero. Hold on. She goes down as like this war hero. Lord have mercy. They try to make it seem like she's a traitor, but she ends up being like a war hero. Hold on, let me see if I can do this. Alright, let's go.
Boss, recover the remaining Davy Crockett and rescue Sokolov once again. Does this mission have a cool sounding code name?
So the world thinks that she's this horrible person, and they sent Snake to take her out when she's supposed to double cross and get taken out.
You bet your hat it does.
To keep secrets, to keep the secrets of the government.
Operation Snake.
So Snake crash lands back into the Soviet Union once again and makes his way to meet up with his contact on the ground, a lad called Adam, who is a defected American spy, which I guess technically makes him a double agent. Anyway, Adam is a no-show and Snake instead rendezvous with his counterpart, Eva, in a sequence that has not aged well at all. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Eva and Snake fight off another attack from the Ocelot unit before Snake systematically kills off every last member of Cobra unit on his way to rescuing Sokolov. En route, he bumps into a scientist known as Granin, who's somewhat disillusioned as his own bipedal tank project has been thrown by the wayside in favour of Sokolov Shagohod.
Don't worry, lad, I have a feeling that project will have quite the legacy in this franchise.
Granin directs Snake to the Shagohod, but he's captured on the way by Volgin, who then beats poor Sokolov to death and tortures Snake to within an inch of his life, a process that sees him lose an eye. Despite his injuries, Snake manages to escape with the help of Eva and makes a beeline for the Shagohod to destroy the late Sokolov's project. Volgin intervenes and, well, this is where the plot thickens. You see, Volgin lets Snake in on a little secret and tells him all about an organisation known as the Philosophers, which is essentially a bunch of rich lads from the US, China and the Soviet Union. Long story short, they masterminded victory over the Nazis during World War II before amassing a fortune in cash known as the Philosopher's Legacy. Unsurprisingly, all that money drove them a little bit mad, and the legacy was broken up, with some of it finding its way into Volgin's hands. This is just a prelude to a great big bloody fight between Snake and Volgin though, which ends with the latter being killed, supposedly, by, of all things, a bolt of lightning.
But we are not done yet. There are at least 3 double crosses left in this twisty tale of espionage.
Next on Snake's hit list is the boss, and while he's hesitant to pull the trigger, he eventually does so. But not before she's able to give him an all-important microfilm of critical info on the legacy, a microfilm which is then stolen by Eva after a night together with Snake. You see, Eva reveals her true colours as a spy working for the Chinese, who want the legacy for themselves. But twist within a twist, she also reveals...
Not shag her hard. The Shagohod. So, in every Metal Gear, for some odd reason, but it is called Metal Gear, you end up fighting like some weird, crazy tank. Listen, I don't want to ruin too much of it for you because, like, War Master, y'all might get Metal Gear Solid Delta. Even we're going to show a little bit of Delta. Wait, hey, Ghostman King Pix, Morbid Trinity, anybody that's played Metal Gear, wait until he gets the part where he ball check, what's his name? Ivan. Somebody was like, he's trying to see if his Metal Gear was solid.
This was actually ordered to defect to Volgin by the Americans to secure the legacy as well. And it's this twist that hits the hardest, as it means that the boss effectively sacrificed herself as a US traitor to help prove America's innocence.
Okay, we are nearly done with Snake Eater, but finally, let's tie up some loose ends.
4 was the best one. Oh, you talking about Tekken 4. I thought you were talking about Metal Gear Solid 4. All of them were good in their own way. Tekken 3 was... I ain't gonna lie, Tekken 3 is still the best Tekken out there.
Firstly, for a job well done, Snake is granted the title of Big Boss, but he ultimately ends up demoralised for his part in Operation Snake Eater and he quits Fox Unit. And then there's the curious case of Ocelot, who it turns out is actually a triple agent. While he was masquerading around as part of the GRU, he was actually operating as a double agent for their rivals, the KGB. But he was actually...
It's funny because the Big Boss told Ocelot when he shoots his gun, he bends his elbow out, which is more of a revolver technique because Ocelot wasn't using revolvers until Big Boss, which is dope.
Really working for the CIA as the defected spy Adam, in an attempt to secure the Philosopher's Legacy, which he does. Well, half of it at least.
You gotta see the chameleon camo on Delta.
The other half he keeps for himself along with Granin's bipedal tank plans, which goes by the name of Metal Gear, by the way, but we'll get to that in due time.
I'm not gonna lie, but when he makes them, they hit, Raven. Because the thing is that this story is complex.
Okay, next up, we fast forward 6 years to the San Geronimo crisis that makes up the action of Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops.
Snake's old team Fox Unit
Now I don't know about the portable games. I heard Peace Walker is canon.
has gone rogue and are now led by a wildly charismatic commander called Gene. I say wildly charismatic as he's literally been artificially created to be the perfect commander as a result of the Successor Project, a scheme designed to produce soldiers in the image of the boss. He's aided by Lieutenant Cunningham as well as a woman called Eliza, who has significant psychic abilities and a split personality known as Ursula. Eliza and Ursula are pretty black and white in their allegiances. Eliza is on Snake's side while Ursula
Alright, hold on.
bats a fox. Anyway, the game kicks off at Gene's base of
And connection issues. Hold on, guys.
operations on the San Geronimo Peninsula, with poor old Snake once again being tortured, this time at the hands of Lieutenant Cunningham, who's trying to ascertain the location of the missing half of the Philosopher's Legacy. As we've established, Snake hasn't got a Scooby, and he's chucked back into his cell where he gets chatting to a Green Beret called Roy Campbell. Anyway, the
Hold on. Let me reload this. See if that fits.
as a result of the Successor Project, a scheme designed to produce soldiers in the image of the boss. He's aided by Lieutenant Cunningham as well as a woman called Eliza, who has significant psychic abilities and a split personality known as Ursula. Eliza and Ursula are pretty black and white in their allegiances. Eliza is on Snake's side while Ursula bats for Fox. Anyway, the game kicks off at Gene's base of operations on the San Geronimo Peninsula, with poor old Snake once again being tortured, this time at the hands of Lieutenant Cunningham, who's trying to ascertain the location of the missing half of the Philosopher's Legacy. As we've established, Snake hasn't got a Scooby, and he's chucked back into his cell where he gets chatting to a Green Beret called Roy Campbell. Anyway, the pair escape, otherwise there wouldn't be a game, and Snake attempts to make contact with his old CO, Major Zero, but instead reaches his old teammates Paramedic and Sigint, who aided him on Operation Snake Eater. They detail to Snake that he's now seen as a traitor to the US, and that the only way he can clear his name is if he takes down Gene's Fox Unit rebellion and destroys the prototype Metal Gear tank.
And so Snake's mission to take down Gene basically makes up for the rest of the narrative of Portable Ops. But this is a Metal Gear Solid game and nothing's really that simple.
You see, as Snake undertakes his mission, he discovers a fair few revelations along the way.
That's too much to ask for. Hey, I'm not your friend no more. Go fight this tank for me to get back my approval. Like, nigga, why don't you go fight the damn tank?
Firstly, Lieutenant Cunningham is actually a double agent working for the Pentagon in an attempt to undermine the
That's some fucked up shit to send anybody to go fight. Even if you know he could beat it, you send somebody to go fight a damn walking
CIA and gain the upper hand as the leading security agency in the US. He reveals this to Snake while detailing
I can't lie. All of them, I'm not gonna lie, I would say Metal Gear Solid 2 is at the end. Even though I like Metal Gear Solid 2. Like the first half when you're on the boat as Snake, you can't beat that. That shit, but they take that away from you. Even though Raiden ended up growing on me. But Metal Gear Solid 2 was weird. Cause like Metal Gear Solid for the PlayStation is always gonna be my favorite. I think it goes MGS1, MGS3, MGS4, MGS2. I don't know. It's like a tie between 3 and 4. Oh, I played 5 too. 5 was good. Actually, it's MGS1, Shadow Moses, MGS3, MGS4. What's the other one? I haven't really played that one that much. I actually really want to sit down and play it. I played it on the Xbox a little bit more. MGS5 was okay. But what's the other one? With the younger Ocelot and you're playing as the medic. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up because he's gonna talk.
that his plan is to push Gene into launching a nuke at the Soviet Union in an attempt to prolong the Cold War. Secondly, the good Dr. Sokolov isn't dead. Yeah, somehow he survived his ordeal in the Soviet Union and is now masquerading as a character known as Ghost. who offers intel on the Metal Gears to
Sokolov
Snake.
was alive.
Thirdly, and perhaps
This is supposed to be canon, y'all.
most importantly, Snake learns of Gene's ultimate plan, a plan to launch a nuke on the US to destroy the Philosophers in a bid to create his own nation of soldiers known as Army's Heaven. Naturally, this plan doesn't come to fruition as Snake kills Gene, but with his dying breath, Gene hands over all his funds and info on Army's Heaven to Snake. Oh, and I can't forget Eliza and her psychic abilities. In the wake of aiding Snake, she's murdered by Gene, but she also has critical info to hand over during her dying moments. She foretells that the children of the Big Boss, who she calls Les Enfants Terribles, will come to destroy and save the world, which are both events that we will eventually get to. In the meantime, we catch back up with Ocelot, who is now a quadruple agent, I guess, as he murders his old boss, the Director of Central Intelligence, before stealing the remaining half of the Philosopher's legacy. And in a cheeky post-credit sting during a conversation with Major Zero, the pair hatch a plan to use the legacy to kickstart a new project known as Cypher, a project that Ocelot agrees to on one condition, that Big Boss joins the team too.
Alright, so Les Fonds Terribles is basically the terrible twins. So basically they took Big Boss's DNA and made clones, and it was supposed to be two twins. Come to find out, there was like four of them, but I don't know what happened to the fourth one, you know. But the third one ended up being Solidus, who's ironically the president of the United States. Let's just go.
Right, before we barrel on into the next entry on the franchise, there's a few important details to set up, like, you know, the birth/create twin, Liquid.
So, Cypher begins in earnest in the wake of...
I don't know why they leave out Solidus until they get to Metal Gear Solid 2. And another thing too, y'all, I used to say back in the day, I wish Sean Connery was still alive. And the crazy part is that Triple H can play Solid Snake or Liquid. Triple H would be the perfect Liquid. But anyway.
The events of Portable Ops, and Major Zero starts to build a team and an ideal around creating a united world. Zero builds this ideology around Big Boss's mythic status as the perfect soldier, and so he becomes the symbol of sorts for Cypher. Only as time goes on, Big Boss starts to drift from this ideal, and he starts to become more and more wary of Major Zero's leadership. Terrified of losing his perfect mascot, Zero authorizes a project known as Les Enfants Terribles, which uses Big Boss's DNA to create a pair of clones known as Eli and David, or to call them by their more popular codenames, Liquid Snake and Solid Snake. The twins are separated, with Solid staying in the US and Liquid growing up in the UK, before he escapes to Africa to get away from Cypher. But beyond that, a third clone was created at a later date, and this strapping young creation was called Solidus Snake, and he constituted the perfect recreation of Big Boss's DNA. Speaking of Big Boss, he isn't best pleased when he discovers the Les Enfants project to hand in his notice, so to speak, to Cypher and go freelance. And by freelance, I mean set up his own rival group known as the Militaires Sans Frontières, or MSF, an organisation that plays a key role in the next game on the timeline.
Right, it's 4 years on since the events of Portable Ops, and we find ourselves in 1974 for Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker.
With Big Boss now heading up the MSF as a small mercenary outfit, they get a bit
It's supposed to be canon also.
of business coming their way from a university professor called Ramon Galvez Mina, and one of his
Canon, if y'all don't know what canon means not a part of the original story.
students known as PAS. The pair are keen to hire the MSF to look into a military faction that has started causing havoc across Costa Rica. Big Boss refuses at first, believing Ramon to be a KGB spy, but he's quickly won over by a recent voice recording they play him that supposedly proves that his mentor, the boss, is still alive, despite the fact that he killed her over a decade ago. The tantalizing mystery of the boss's potential resurrection spurs Big Boss into action, and he gets on the case. Boss hightails it to Costa Rica and
Literally shoot the boss in the head with her own Patriot, which is the dopest gun, by the way.
immediately sniffs out the marauding army, which leads him right onto the tracks of one of Peace Walker's big bads, a lad that goes by the ridiculous name of Hot Coldman. Alongside Hot Coldman, Big Boss discovers a project code named Peace Walker, which is basically a giant four-legged nuclear launch system. Big Boss does some good old-fashioned infiltrating, and he encounters Huey Emmerich, one
Please hit the like button, everybody, on the way in. Double tap your screen. Please support the show via PayPal, via Cash App. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. I'm gonna start pointing out the similarities of stuff that you guys are gonna see in this game that's going on in the modern world today.
One of the Peace Walker's designers, who eventually agrees to help him and handily points him in the direction of one Dr. Strangelove. Not that one. Big Boss finds Strangelove and discovers that the AI system behind the Peace Walker had been modelled on his old mentor, the Boss, hence the mysterious new recording that freaked him out in the game's beginning. Big Boss chases the Peace Walker across the border and into Nicaragua, where he finally confronts Hot Coldman, and it turns out that Coldman has created Peace Walker to guarantee the US's nuclear retaliation, as an impartial launch system devoid of human intervention. He also plans to fire off a nuke to prove this theory. And it's this drastic moment that the facility is overrun by Soviet soldiers, who are led by Ramon Galvez, who, shock twist, turns out to be Vladimir Zadornov. Zadornov wants the Peace Walker for himself, and he makes a move to seize it, only for a second intervention in the form of the MSF, who tear into the building. Big Boss is able to leverage the chaos to his advantage, and he moves to destroy the Peace Walker, but not to the extent that it can't fire its nuclear payloads. And while Coldman is near death from wounds received in the battle, he's able to activate a launch uplink, which convinces the US government that they're about to face a nuclear strike from the Soviet Union. Cue a lot of frantic and tense conversations where Big Boss tries to convince the US military's big brass that it's all just a ploy to get them to retaliate and kickstart a nuclear war. But all of this is a moot point anyway, as the Peace Walker's damaged AI is overrun by the Boss's personality, which sinks the four-legged behemoth in a nearby lake, nullifying the threat completely. Phew, that was the definition of a close call. But as this is a Metal Gear game, there's one more twist tensions behind Zadornov's supposed student Paz. You see, with all said and done, Zadornov is imprisoned back at the MSF base in the Caribbean Sea. During an attempted breakout from Zadornov, Big Boss tries to intercept him and ends up shooting the Russian spy. But this is all just a prelude to the main event, which kicks off when Paz seizes the controls of another Metal Gear, which is known as Zeke. You see, it turns out that Paz is actually an agent for Cypher, and on the orders of Major Zero has come to present an ultimatum to Big Boss: relinquish control of the MSF to Cypher or see the organisation branded as terrorists. She backs up this ultimatum with the threat of a nuclear launch on the eastern seaboard, which will see the MSF singled out as the perpetrators. None of this comes to pass though, as Big Boss does Big Boss things and takes down Metal Gear Zeke, which also throws...
Stop the show. Lord have mercy. Holy shit. Stop the show. As always, shout outs to War Master again. Jesus Christ, dropping the hue. I'm gonna have to set up my equipment now, War Master. Dropping this huge 100 ball on the Cash App. Shout outs to War Master. War Master said, if only Kuda was a gamer. Question mark. Laughing face. Shout outs to War Master. Thank you as always for supporting Player Talk Radio. Absolutely. We gotta turn War Master. For sure now I gotta get you to play Persona. We just gonna do one game at a time, alright? Now, shout outs to War Master, because he is the person I need for sure to play this game. If you've missed this game, you've missed this game. And what a perfect time for this game to be coming over to Xbox. Even though you're going to be playing it out of order, it might not hit the same, but it's still a phenomenal game. I can't really say too much about this story in particular that we're listening to right now, because it's canon. Oh, and let me give y'all a plot twist. There's a guy that's on YouTube named Saito Pelkin or whatever. He covers everything Metal Gear Solid. He's like a Metal Gear Solid freak. Allegedly, he's saying whole time the medic was Gray Fox. I don't know. Look, all of these names are going to come together. They're going to start making sense. All right. So what do we have right now? We have Big Boss. He defeats the boss to become Big Boss. So Naked Snake, he defeats the boss to become Big Boss. And after, like, he beats Vulcan and all the stuff that happened with the Cold War, and he got the David Crockett's away from Vulcan and stuff like that, he ends up going off to Africa, Nicaragua, and all of these places. This is where a lot of this stuff start happening. This is, see, as a kid, when we get introduced to the story, right? You said you rather play Hell. What is Helldivers? What is Helldivers? All of the games too that you recommend, War Master, are like Demon Souls type games, which I love those type games. Those games are dope. But like Demon Souls, you know, if y'all don't know what Demon Souls are, Paul, you know what Helldivers is? You know what Helldivers is? I don't know what Helldivers is. I'm gonna take a look at it. But listen, when you play a snake, I'm not gonna lie, and that kind of made me feel like a badass when I was a kid. When you play a snake, Solid Snake, and he's like, I killed my father with my bare hands, I ain't gonna lie, I felt like the baddest nigga on the planet. You said Helldivers is an interesting game, Kuda. What is it like? What is it compared to? Because another game, y'all, that I'm trying to get War Master into, and he said that it came over to the Xbox, is God of War. Can you believe it? War Master has not played God of War. One of the best games, one of the best hack and slash games ever. I gotta go look up Helldivers. Give me 1 second, guys. Let's get past this part of the story, and then we're gonna get into the parts that I can explain and break down. You said it's a lame station game? Helldivers?
Throws Paz out of the cockpit and into the sea.
You said, I heard the finals is also a good game. And listen, I want, other than this new game that just came out, we're gonna look at Hideo Kojima's new game and stuff like that. I wanna run something by y'all. And thank God we're talking about something other than Charlie Kirk. But Charlie Kirk kind of inspired some of this stuff. But we'll get to that later. Notice how all the games that we are all mentioning in the chat are older games. That's because they fucked up video gaming. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later. They fucked up video gaming. They be putting out half-done games or just mess up the whole franchise altogether. Let's go.
Okay, before we head on into the madness that is Metal Gear Solid 5, we need to talk about a lad called Skullface, who will have quite the impact across the next.
Now, Skullface, I just think they just threw Skullface in there. Skullface is like a random boss in the series that nobody gives a fuck about him. I hate to say it. Like, Skullface is like a random dude, you know?
Few entries in this timeline.
So, Skullface has actually been knocking about for a while by this point, but to keep things ticking, I thought it best to compile his own little...
Oh, hold on. I almost forgot. No, damn well I cannot forget. Almost forgot, y'all. Hold on.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
You said, I don't understand how they pay more attention. I don't understand how they pay more attention to games in PS2 rather than current games. PS2 PS2 had the best games. Looking back at it, PS2 had the best games. It was the pinnacle of gaming. and the PS2 had the most games. You know, Vice City, Grand Theft Auto 3. Yeah, I gotta get a head start on the Mass Effect, y'all, because War Master was telling me, and I like stuff like detailed like that. War Master was telling me, and Raven and everybody was telling me that you get to transfer your character from Mass Effect 1 over to all your Mass Effect games, which was dope. And I don't know, cause I had a girlfriend in Mass Effect 1, and I ain't gonna lie, they killed her. They actually, if y'all was around while I was gaming at the time, they kind of killed her, but they didn't. They shot at me, and I ran behind her, and she got killed. So I think she's gone in my storyline on Mass Effect. I ran behind her, and she got killed. I didn't throw her in front of me. I ran behind her. So don't say Kuda threw her in front of him. I ran behind her. Okay. All right. You got to. You know, the queen got to sacrifice herself for the pawns. You know, in that shootout, they were playing checkers. I was playing chess. So I had to sacrifice the queen. The queen sacrificed herself for the king. All right. So it was fitting to know that there's more games after that one. I go and get another
timeline here. You see, Skullface has been operating in the background right since the very beginning, during the events of Snake Eater. As the commander of the covert CIA team XOF unit, or XOF, Skullface was working behind the scenes to offer support for the Virtuous and Snake Eater missions. After the Fox unit was officially disbanded, Major Zero offered Skullface a role with Cypher, which saw him lead Zero's personal strike force. But as the years went on, Skullface grew a deep hatred for Zero, as well as his perfect soldier Big Boss, and this led him to seek out opportunities to strike back against them, all of which leads us to...
Yeah, the PS2 was the pinnacle of gaming. Now look at this. I got a picture. I got so much pictures. I'm gonna start utilizing my timeline. So y'all gonna get sick of me soon because I'm gonna be tagging y'all in my timeline. I got a picture here of Metal Gear Solid 4. And Hideo Kojima says the reason why Metal Gear Solid 4 never made it to Xbox 360 is because it would take 11 DVDs or 44 CDs. Kojima once said that even Blu-ray is not really enough space even for the PS3. No wonder Old Snake's smoke break, a loading screen, was 15 minutes at a time. That was crazy. And looking back on it, you know, when I got my PS3, I couldn't wait to get Metal Gear Solid. You know, and I was playing Drake's Adventure or whatever. You know, Drake was like the PlayStation male version of Tomb Raider. I don't know why they killed off that series. You know, same maker of Crash Bandicoot, Naughty Dog, right? But anyway, Drake's Uncharted, if y'all remember. Yeah, that's a lot. Snake did take a lot of long smoke breaks, and they had a Metal Gear Solid edition of the PS3. But Snake did take long smoke breaks in between the game, in between Metal Gear Solid 4. You know, you said Xbox 360 slash PlayStation 3. I will say that, yeah, cause so. The thing about the PS2 is that the graphics in the game, they were innovative, but they weren't the best. You knew you were playing the game. But when it came to PS3 and the Xbox 360, that's when they plateaued. And it's a conversation that we had a couple of times, because the thing about video games is that, yeah, you want the graphics to look good, everything to look good, but some games, they didn't need to fix the graphics, you know? And I was saying this about Final Fantasy. I'm like, man, why Why they ruin the Final Fantasy series, man? You know, they ruined the Final Fantasy series. You know, I would have taken the fucked up grab. That's why I still play the old one. Even Raven. The other day, me and Raven had a great a great talk about the older Final Fantasy. Like, I don't even care to play the new ones, even though the new one was dope. And for the PS4, I bought it. It was pretty good. But it's just I knew they were gonna fuck it up. I knew they were gonna fuck that game up, because what happens is that when they redo video games, halfway through the damn game they call it, oh, we're reimagining it. You know, bad enough they you know, they put out the game damn near unfinished. You know, which is a money grab. They put out these games unfinished, and then they do updates later. You know, once people that speed run or do whatever they do with the games start finding holes, and they got to patch up the game and stuff like that, it gets into some goofball shit. You know, it for sure gets into some goofball shit. But you know, games have changed. You know, the PS2, you got the first Devil May Cry, you got Castlevania. It was another Legacy of Kain on PS2. It was just a different era. But War Master is correct. By the time the 360 and the PlayStation 3 came, bro, I done bought Grand Theft Auto 5 about, I didn't even notice it, for about 5 times. And you know, one day I went to the store and I went to Target and rebought Grand Theft Auto 5, and Deja Vu swept over my head. This before it was digital. I done bought that game about 5 times before I just downloaded digitally and won and done it on the PlayStation 4. I'm like, bro, I swear to God I bought this game before. And while the dude was ringing it up, he's like, nope, it's the first time. It's like, no, I've bought this game before. I bought Grand Theft Auto 5 about 5 times. They got me. They got me like Manny Fresh. Manny Fresh got Lil Flip back in 2007. Manny Fresh sold Lil Flip the same beat about 5 times. Him and Slim Thug. Oh, these are your top comedians. Cat Williams, Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor's number 1 for me. Dave Chappelle, Bernie Mac. You need Patrice O'Neal on your list, man. You said stop it. PS3 had no games. Oh, PS3 had endless games. PS3 had endless games. It just took a while for Gran Turismo to come out. What's going on, Link? Gave you a shout out earlier. Listen, let me do this real quick before we get into it, because we're getting to the good stuff now, okay? We're getting older, guys. So if you guys are playing video games and you're using your fingers, hopefully you don't have carpal tunnel, and you're using your fingers, you know what I'm saying? You're sitting down for long periods of time. You're not getting up and stretching. Sometimes you're playing the game into the wee hours of the night and stuff like that. And sometimes you might not get sleep. And then, you know, you're not cooking as much, so you're ordering junk food and stuff like that. Listen, I got something free for you guys, okay? I got something free, okay? I need you guys to head over to hempforfitness.com. Make sure you click the link that's in the top of the chat. If you can't, make sure you write this down so you can go as soon as we get off air or on air, okay? I need you to head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com, okay? All right? Get your hands on some gummies, some flour if you like. You know, you can get your hands on the pain stick. If you vape, I got you an escape, all right? Head over to hempforfitness.com. Check out the gummies. Check out their wide selection. They have everything there. Tinctures. They have, water-soluble products. Everything. Head over to hempforfitness.com. If you want to catch up on sleep and get some of the best sleep you ever had, hempforfitness.com. If you want to regulate your food and your eating and everything tastes good, hempforfitness.com. All right? If you want to work out, jump back in the gym, build muscle, lean muscle, and you want to take something that's organic, that's not full of fillers, that's not finna fluff you up with like water weight and just some horrible shit, hempforfitness.com. And listen, when you mention Kuda, you get 2, not 1, but 2, spin the block, 2 free items with your order. And then on top of that, even though y'all know the code, if you are a part of Player Talk Radio, I'm gonna start hiding the code around here, or saying it, or having it somewhere on the screen. But if you use coupon code T-Tube10, you will get 10% off your order. You will get 10% off your order. All right? And then on top of that, if you chop it up with LT Man in the chat room, oh, you're going to have a crazy order hitting your doorstep. All right? If you are in the U.S., if you're in Hawaii, and you tired of the Maui Wowie, head over to hempforfitness.com. There's something over there for everybody. No, all jokes aside, there's something over there for everybody. The dog, the cat. If you got a horse, of course, there's something over there for you. All right. So make sure you guys stop expecting results and start feeling them. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to Link in the building. You said, I find myself installing an emulator to play O2. I need to get an emulator. Ghostman King, if you can let me know where to find a great emulator, bro, I will be so grateful. Also want to play the PS3, because there's this game I didn't get a chance to finish playing that was pretty good called Ni no Kuni. And they made a second one too. And then, you know what? I used to play this game, I think on the PS2, called Steambot Chronicles. That was a good fucking game. It's kind of like a mech game. And then even on the first PlayStation, I went back. I used to, like, when the new consoles came out, I used to get all the games I didn't get a chance to play. I used to play Mega Man Legends. I loved Mega Man Legends 1 and 2 with Roll. Those are really good games. And I don't give a damn if it's blocky. That's the whole point. But yeah, I want to play Ni no Kuni. And then there's this other game. I forgot the name of it, but it was a great game. And it's not necessarily turn-based, but it's somewhat turn-based. If you guys know the name of it, I think Atlas made it. I love anything from Atlas, right? I like Shadow of the Colossus. That's a great game. That's one of the best games ever made, Shadow of the Colossus. And then there's this other game, and I forgot the name of it, but you play as this it's like a war game, but you play as this Japanese guy, and they're rolling around in this blue tank. And it's like a strategic game. Like, you place your tanks here, you place your warriors over here, and you got to like seize and take down like a city and like repair your tank and power it up and stuff like that. It's like this blue tank. It was a pretty cool game, I like games like that. Games like Vagrant Story. I like all the Star Ocean games, especially till the end of time. Albell is my dude. I'm a geek for real. I'm low-key a geek. Oh, Need for Speed. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Easily, War Master. I bought Most Wanted about 5 times, too. I'm guilty also. Bro, and you know what's funny? I never beat that game. No way, I think I beat it once. With that black officer and like, cause he first starts chasing you when you have the BMW. I think it's that policeman you gotta beat at the end. I think he got a Lamborghini or whatever. I forgot his name. Most Wanted was good. The one that I never beat was Carbon. But oh my God, man, Most Wanted was the best Need for Speed. One of the best Need for Speed till this day. I bought that game about 10 times. I thought I was the only one. That was another one I bought about 10 times. But it was worth it. It was worth it. To this day, I'll buy it again. Shit. He said, I do think I'm becoming the actor. Limited him though. Okay. Shout outs to LT man. Yes, make sure you guys click the link if you guys can. If you're on if you're on TV, it's easy to click the link. If you're on PC, it's easy to click the link. I know it's a little bit hard for mobile, but look, this forces you to copy the link, paste it in your notes, so you'll always have it, and you'll always have the code to get 10% off. Okay. Yeah, playing Halo for 8 hours straight, you know. So this is what Link was saying. They just dropped the new Final Fantasy Tactics, not Link, Raven. My bad. Raven said that it's 250 or 260 hours. Konami just broke our hearts. I want to see the new game that Kojima got. Also, too, Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts was one of the best games ever. You said, man, I love Ni no Kuni 1 and 2. Never finished either, but I will someday. Yeah, bro, man, look, Ghostman, if you could find that emulator for me. Not Star Ocean. It's another one. I gotta find it. I gotta Google it. It's the guy with the tanks. He had a tank. I forgot the name of it. Oh yeah, I love JRPD. Near Automatica, and then Bayonetta. I heard Bayonetta is good too. Yeah, JRPG is life. I started seeing a lot of gameplay from the old Driver. Driver was good. They should have been remade Driver 2. Now, do y'all remember another game that actually could have competed with Grand Theft Auto back in the day? Do y'all remember True Crimes, Streets of LA? And then the one with the Asian dude, Streets of New York? That game was good. Jack X was good. 250 hours. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy.
Next up on the timeline is Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes, which takes place in 1975, just a few short months after the events of Peace Walker.
Skullface has fully gone off the rails, and he and his Zoff forces have taken control of an American prison base in Cuba.
Shout outs to LT man. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Make sure you guys have a safe. Listen, y'all better be safe, because between September all the way to November and stuff like that, people are just dropping like flies. Okay, so y'all make sure, stop playing around in the street. Make sure you guys are putting your health is wealth. Make sure you guys are taking care of your bodies. You got to take care of your body now, so that your body can take care of you later. You said the movie King of New York is fire. Okay, I got to check that out. Let me write that down. Saints Row was good too. Yeah, Saints Row was another one. But you know what, War Master? I'm not going to lie. Saints Row stopped me at, I think, around the 360 when they start putting aliens in them. Now, I got another game around the Xbox and PS3 era that was dope. Max Payne 3 was dope. There was another game that I think was from a movie. I think it was and it was like a shooter game. Was it Kane and something? And then there was another game y'all had to get hip to called Far Cry. Oh yeah, Far Cry was the game. Far Cry was the game. Yeah, Saints Row. I'm not gonna lie. It's something about movies and TV shows. Let me tell y'all. Let me give y'all the game if y'all really want to know how this shit works. They did it with all your favorite shows and Family Matters, and they did it with fucking They did it. They did it with. Fast and the Furious. Whenever a TV show or a video game starts using space, like spaceships and aliens and all kinds of shit, it's on the way out. They done completely totaled it. They done completely fucked up the franchise. Like, look at Fast and the Furious. I'm not gonna lie, I really don't. I really haven't watched Fast and the Furious because I know they're gonna ruin it for me, right? How the fuck did Vin Diesel get a fucking Dodge Charger in space? How did Vin Diesel get a fucking Dodge Charger in space? A Challenger. I'm like, oh, they fucking up this game. They fucking up this whole series. The Need for Speed. How the hell did family get a goddamn Charger in space? Now, we not easily fooled. See, the kids will love that shit. I don't like that shit. Like, nigga, a wild 77 Challenger is flying somewhere throughout space. Now, we all know Mopar or no car. The build quality of a Challenger is not going to get into no fucking space. It's not going to get into no goddamn space. He knew Elon Musk. Oh, yeah, he had rockets duct taped to it. It was like, bro, this is horrible. Listen, why do they think they could never put that shit on the cover? Nobody's gonna buy. Like, why is he in space? Like, what the fuck? Like, bro, we watched Back to the Future with a damn DeLorean, and I don't even think that car went into space. Stop it. Stop it. You know? Stop it. To this day, I actually kind of do want a DeLorean. But I don't even think that car, or a Pantera, I don't think that car went into space, man. So just know that. Like, even watch Family Matters. On the last couple of episodes, Steve Urkel all of a sudden ends up in space. It's like, okay, y'all doing too much. You know? Y'all are doing too much. Rival Schools was my game. They need to remake that one. Low key, I think his name is Kao or Katsu or something like that. I forgot. There's a guy in Rival Schools. There's a couple of anime characters, Chris G, that appears in Rival Schools that are in SNK games, like Sakura. I think his name is Katsu. I forgot his name, but he's the guy with the orange hair, and he has on the white lab coat. He's not the scientist dude, but he has on the lab coat, and he does like the split key blast. I think his name is Katsu. I forgot what school he was from. But I love Rival Schools. And you know what's funny? Crazily enough, I tracked it down and I ended up playing Rival Schools 2 also. Rival Schools 2 was pretty good. Just as good as the first one. Also, there was this before Dragon Ball Z Budokai, because all the best Budokai games is on the PS2. Budokai 2 was the best one. 3 was good too, but 2 was the best one. And if you guys ever had a Game Boy Advance, Legacy of Goku series was the best fighting games. I need to get an emulator. I would love to play Legacy of Goku. Those were really good. If you're a Dragon Ball Z fan, try to play Legacy of Goku. And every so often I go back and play Pokemon. I'm actually thinking about playing Yu-Gi-Oh! The mobile game this winter. So if you guys definitely we're gonna try to do a game club in the Discord. If you guys have a phone, download this game. If you guys want to join my kingdom, I got about 6 of them. Download this game called King Shot. And make sure when you make your kingdom, make it in the early kingdoms, because they just released some new characters and you can get them early in the game. You know, so download this game called King Shot and join my kingdom. You know, you'll level up really fast. You know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. War Master, War Master. LT Man, LT Man. Ghost Man, Ghost Man. You know, you said Saints Row 3 was the last good one. They ruined the series. Yeah, they ruined the series, man. Yeah, I said Devil May Cry. Yep. You said The Boondock Saints, another great movie. I never heard of The Boondock Saints. Oh, Brain. Sorry, not a game. Okay. You said why would you steal a car if your character can now fly? Hey, yeah, that's a good point there. Never played Far Cry. Far Cry was really good. Far Cry was really good. Even the gun battles, in Far Cry that's what really kept me in the loop. The gun battles in Far Cry. Yeah, Far Cry was they had the last one that I knew that was good was like somebody got kidnapped and shit on an island. Pretty good. But I heard they destroyed that series also. You know? But Far Cry is good, especially Far Cry 2 and I think Far Cry 3. And then they had a couple of little one-offs. You know? Sony was pissed. You said we get Far Cry free. I heard something like that happen back in the day. I don't know if it was on the PS3 or the PS4. You said they're talking about bringing back the Matrix game with Ghost and Jada Pinkett's character. That game, The Matrix, especially on the PlayStation 2, was good. I played it right before the pandemic. Really great game. The first one was really good. Now, if you guys remember, and I remember playing that game, the engine was different. I actually really liked the engine on the first one with Niobe and Ghost. But I'm not gonna lie, other than the glitches and how goofy the game was, but it was still pretty good. It was horribly good. The Path of Neo was a great game. The Path of Neo was a great game. And it was a long game too. Just so much shit was happening in that game. Path of Neo was a great game. Now, y'all got to play this game also that ended up turning into the makers of Heavy Rain. I think it's called Quantum Mechanics. And the makers of Heavy Rain. There was this game that was on the PS2. Outside of the United States, they called it Fahrenheit. But in the United States, it was called Indigo Prophecy. That is a good fucking game. That game actually put me on to this book that is like a second Bible. If you guys want to read some black pill man shit, you need to pick up this book called Thus Spoke or Thus Spake Zarathustra from Friedrich Nietzsche. You know? Talk about the Superman complex. Okay? Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. You said he knew Elon Musk. That shit is funny. I've never played Marvel Agents of the Shield. They got a phone game also too. They got a crazy Dragon Ball Z phone game also too. You know. All right, let me catch up, guys. Let me catch up. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let this play. It's starting to get into the parts that I want to show you guys. Get back into it.
YouTuber called Camp Omega. Tensions are naturally high between Skullface and his rivals at Cypher and the big boss run MSF.
Yeah,
and this leads to Zoff kidnapping the presumed dead Cypher agent Paz, who had survived her ordeal at the end of Peace Walker. To complicate matters, another MSF agent and ally, the former child soldier Chico, has been captured by Zoff during his attempts to rescue Paz. Big Boss and his MSF co-founder and ally Kazuhira Miller decide to hatch an exfiltration of both of them, in fear that either Paz or
Bully was a good game too. If y'all ever played Bully from Rockstar, they need to redo Bully.
Chico could release information that could compromise the MSF. Cue a classic Big Boss infiltration of Camp Omega. Long story short, Big Boss rescues both Chico and Paz, and the trio escape in an MSF
Yeah, I got the Pokemon card game, which is really good. I haven't played it in a while. I knew I was missing something. The Pokemon card game is really good.
Helicopter. Only en route back to the MSF mother base, they discover that a bomb has been planted in Paz's stomach, prompting an MSF medic to perform a
Enjoy my kingdom, okay, Diddy.
mad ad hoc operation to remove it right there on the helicopter. Only it's out of the frying pan and into the fire for Boss and the Chopper, as
Yeah, I think it probably is Far Cry 5.
when they arrive back at Mother Base, it's under attack from soft forces. Boss and the Chopper crew are able to land and rescue a handful of
Yeah, Indigo Prophecy, that game, I don't know, that game got crazy too because it started to take on like I wouldn't say Metal Gear Solid, it started to take on Matrix. Like, you know what was crazy? We was playing Metal Gear Solid around the time the Matrix came out. You know, and even as a kid, I mean, I knew the Matrix, but I didn't understand the symbolism in the Matrix. Let me tell you how red pilled I grew up. All right, let me tell you how red pill. Like, if you were a millennial and you really paid attention, you had no choice but to grow up red pill, just as much as Gen Xers. You know what I'm saying? Like, when it comes to the technology today in the world, Gen Xers and millennials grew up in, you, for the most part, you grew up red pill. Boomers grew up in the Matrix. A lot of the boomers, they stuck till this day. A lot of boomers are stuck in the Matrix. You know, a millennial and a what you call it, and a Gen Xer will tell you that the boomers are stuck in the Matrix. You know what I'm saying? Um, it was really weird growing up playing Metal Gear Solid. Mind you, I was playing Final Fantasy VII, and I ain't gonna lie, I immediately, because I remember I got my first Final Fantasy VII. The first time I got Final Fantasy VII, I got it from a pawn store, from a pawn shop. Yeah, I was tempted to say till this day. I kept it, and I went back to that pawn store and got and end up getting what you call it, Final Fantasy VIII. Let me tell you something too, and this is something that I vividly remember, right? A lot of kids bought Final Fantasy, but they didn't like Final Fantasy number one because it was turn-based. Like, turn-based games didn't really get popular. Final Fantasy turn-based games are always popular, but turn-based games didn't really get popular among kids till Pokemon. Pokemon was the first really famous turn-based game other than Final Fantasy, because I'm a true gamer. Like, turn-based games has always been a big thing on Game Boy in the older Final Fantasy games, but that was taboo. When it came to something like a PlayStation, a lot of kids didn't like turn-based games because those are strategic games. They didn't really, they couldn't really get it. They're like, I don't get it. You know, those are like strategic games. So a lot of kids, they bought Final Fantasy back in the day thinking it was like a hack and slash game, and it wasn't. So then, you know, you'll find that game getting pawned and stuff like that, because they you know, a lot of kids didn't know what the hell it was. You know, damn, they just look. I went to Google to go look for that tank game I was telling y'all about, and Google listened to my conversation. This luxurious JRPG remake surpasses Metal Gear Solid Delta and Final Fantasy VII Remake. Damn, dang, they did a remake of Zelda meets Final Fantasy, a new RPG you can try free now. Man, I gotta get this. I gotta get this damn yeah, Quantum Dreams. I gotta get this Steam thing to work. Konami wants you to help pick the next Metal Gear remake. Definitely Shadow Moses. Definitely Shadow Moses. Yeah, here's the Final Fantasy Tactics remake. Man, this NPC Live 3 looks crazy. They made the pads smaller. I don't know about that, but maybe they want you to play it with there's too much buttons and the strip. You could just hook a keyboard up to it for that. But maybe they just want you to damn, Google knows everything I want to look at. NPC Groove State Workstation. Oh, they probably just throwing this out there. This is probably gonna be a test NPC. My stupid ass probably gonna get it. I didn't know Stephanie Velcro. Shout outs to Naomi. I didn't know Stephanie Velcro got the women's title. Raven, you didn't say shit about that. Shout outs to that Latina sister. She done got the Women's World Championship. That's what's up. I thought they were going to give it back to Io Sky. But I know as soon as Bianca Belair comes back, her and Rhea Ripley got to go head and head. You know? Okay. Let me see this. This game real quick. Damn, Google is overwhelming me, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Fuck. Please hit the like button. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me let
of MSF staff members, along with Kaz Miller. As they escape the crumbling base, another wrench is thrown into the works in the form of another bomb inside Paz. Paz sacrifices herself and jumps out of the helicopter just as...
All right, so let me tell y'all what's going on. So, Skullface puts a bomb in Paz and Snake defuses it, and then there was another bomb. Okay, wow. All right, hold on. This JRPG that they just put out, that they said that Paz Final Fantasy VII Remake, Persona 3, Perfect RPG Remake drop, Trails in the Sky. First chapter threatens to put Final Fantasy VII... Yeah, I bet you they won't say Persona. I haven't played Persona 3. I'm trying to play 4, but I can't use my Steam. But it says to put Final Fantasy VII, Persona 3, and Persona 3 to shame with its masterful approach to revitalizing classics. I've never heard of Trails in the Sky. But there's a lot of PlayStation games. They need to remake Legend of Dragoon. All right. Anyway. Okay, so this is the part I want to show you guys. Paz, like, she jumps out of the helicopter because she has an extra bomb strapped to her. Right? I love Persona. See, that's another turn-based game. So look, Paz has another bomb strapped to her, right? And he jumps out of the helicopter. And this is where the blast takes down the helicopter. And this is where and this is just genius storytelling. This is what happened after
the bomb explodes, which causes the chopper to crash into a Zoff helicopter that's in pursuit. The resulting collision sees Big Boss, Kaz Miller, and the MSF medic severely injured, but they survive the ordeal and are rescued and rushed to a hospital in Cuba, where Boss and the medic slip into deep comas.
And so we come up to the biggest gap in this timeline so far, a 9-year hiatus that leads up to the events of the Phantom Pain.
Okay, so Big Boss finally awakens from his coma in 1984 to a very different world to the one he left in 1975. For starters, there has been a good deal of skullduggery behind the scenes on behalf of the franchise's new big bad, Skullface. Not only has he been conducting dubious research into a slew of nasty parasites that give their host superhuman abilities, one of which he uses to send Major Zero into a crippling vegetative state, but he has also created a giant new Metal Gear-like behemoth called Salenthropus. In short, he's been busy. Anyway, back to Big Boss, who wakes up from his coma in a British military hospital in Cyprus. He has to spring to action.
Persona is kind of weird, but that's like it's because it's like anime drawn. There's another game that's like Persona that I played, and I think it was for the PS3. It's called Catherine. That's a pretty weird but cool game. You know, it's called Catherine. Catherine was a really good game. You know, will you cheat on your girlfriend, or will you? How far are you gonna go to stay? Monogamous. You know, are you gonna lie to your girlfriend, and then, you know, you get hit with, like, you know, nightmares when you sleep? Okay, the name of the game that I wanted to tell y'all is Valkyria Chronicles. That's a good game with the tank. Look, you got Valkyria Chronicles right here and Indigo Prophecy. Dang, I didn't know Sega made Valkyria Chronicles. Catherine was pretty good. It was weird, but I like Catherine. It was a great game. It got irritating
immediately to foil an assassination attempt on his life from a mute cipher killer called Quiet, all before he's rescued by a heavily bandaged man called Ishmael. Don't forget Ishmael, he's very important. Boss escapes the hospital by the skin of his teeth, and that's no tall order, seeing as he's up against two of Skullface's superhumans, the third child, who will grow up to be iconic Metal Gear Solid villain Psycho Mantis, and the Man on Fire, the revived form of Snake Eater's big bad Volgin, whose sheer hatred for Big Boss has manifested itself as, well, a man on fire. Anyway, forget about villains old and new for now, as Boss is recovered from the hospital by his old frenemy Revolver Ocelot, who fills him in about the hot new mercenary group on the scene, the Diamond Dogs, which is led by Boss's old acquaintance Kaz Miller. Big Boss takes on a brand new codename of Venom Snake and sets about his new mission of unearthing the whereabouts of Cypher, the outfit he believes responsible for his attempted assassination. This new campaign takes him to the war-torn deserts of Afghanistan and Angola, as Snake recruits friends and enemies both old and new.
I was actually, if you look at the aesthetic of the Mental Chewing Gum podcast, I was actually going to turn the aesthetic into Catherine. And my avatar, I'm still going to turn my avatar into that sheep. There's a lot of interesting characters in the game. You know, those games have a lot of meaning to it and deep thought processes behind it, you know. But there's a new game out, Raven, and I was looking at it the other day. Me and Warmaster was looking at it. Warmaster said nope. It did look a little bit weird, but it had a lot of the same villains from Persona, and it's the same maker of Persona. I forgot the name of it though. It's a weird name. But a lot of the villains that's in Persona, they show up in this game. You know, it's like the modern day Persona. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna take them a while to top Persona 5. You know, 5 is always gonna, you know, 5 is like chef's
including
kiss,
Dr.
you know?
Huey Emmerich, his accomplice from Peace Walker, and Quiet, the mute assassin that tried to kill him. On top of this, he also recruits Code Talker, who's an expert on the parasitic infections causing all the weird superheroics, because, well, he worked on them for Cypher. Lastly, he also captures a young lad known as the White Mamba, who turns out to be a British kid called Eli, who, if you can remember back to the Les Enfants Terribles section of this timeline, is actually one of the clones of Big Boss.
A DNA test mysteriously doesn't confirm this, but more on that later.
Anyway, with his ragtag team of Diamond Dogs, Snake/Boss discovers the truth behind Cypher, which is that Zero is no longer the big brass anymore, and that Skullface and his renegade Zoff fighters are now very much in charge. As I've already mentioned, they've been busy in the years since Snake/Boss last encountered them, working on a parasite strain that will kill anyone who speaks English. He couples this parasite with the threat of the giant Salenthropus and uses this heady cocktail to enact his dastardly plans. This all backfires though when one of his lackeys, the third child, betrays him, and uses his psychic powers to drive the giant mech to attack him, which mortally wounds old Skullface. While Snake and Kaz, who are also on the scene, decline to put Skullface out of his misery, he's instead executed by Dr. Huey Emmerich.
Okay, we are starting to reach the endgame of the Phantom Pain, but there is a...
It's good. It's just, and when I get War Master into it, I got to explain it to him because it's still an open world type game, but it's still turn based. But it's like dope turn based. I like how Persona pulls off. It's turn based. It's not bad turn based, but it can get annoying. But they released Persona 5 Royale, and it's way better.
Lot of endgame in the Phantom Pain.
For starters, the Salenthropus, along with
Royale, got way more stuff going on than the first one.
the third child,
I ain't gonna lie, my girlfriend at the time, man, listen, she fucking got like that game right there, Persona. How much hours I was putting in on that game pissed her the fuck off. That game pissed her the fuck. She could have been cheating on me, I didn't care. That game pissed her the fuck off. When Persona 5 first came out, listen, I didn't give a damn. I called out of work. I didn't give two shits. That's all I thought. That's all I played. That's all I thought about. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna hold you. Persona 5. I didn't listen. I didn't know Persona. I've always wanted to get into Persona games, so I pulled the trigger on that one. And listen, I don't know, it's weird. I gotta get into it. I bought it on Steam a long time ago with this other funny ass game I gotta show y'all called Jack Orlando. It's a long. I did a pre-record like Jack Orlando too, which is funny. But no, I backtracked and got Persona 3. And it's a great game. I like it. The anime aesthetic and all the other stuff, but it is a bit different. Like you can see like how Persona 5 kind of, I ain't gonna lie, Joker is like one of my favorite characters. You said my ex, and you can get different girlfriends in Persona 5. You said my ex literally paused the game to give me a blowjob. But man, listen, I didn't want sex. I didn't want nothing. I did not want nothing. Look, shit, at that time, my girl could have left me and I wouldn't give a damn. I had about 5 girlfriends. Bro, if y'all got to play Persona 5, you can have like 3 different girlfriends. And you can do whatever the hell you want. And it's just so much shit you can do in that game. You can like fuse certain monsters together. You can go hunt for certain things. You can go into mementos and do all kind. That game had no business being that good. That's why I'm like, man, I don't know how they're gonna top that game. So the thing is that you just got to make a completely different game, because Persona 5. That's why they had to, bro. It took them. That game was so good. It took them a minute to come back with Royale. They're like, listen, we just gotta just improve. Look, another money grab. She got addicted to Catherine in Sims 3. Yeah, Catherine took on a different. I ain't gonna lie though. That's another thing though. Y'all listen. I'm gonna give y'all a huge warning because this happened to me. I don't know why. For some reason, when you play Persona or Catherine, you end up being in a relationship. Because this is the thing. You can cheat all you want in those games. Like you can cheat. You could be a sleazebag in Persona, and you can be a sleazebag in Catherine. You know what I'm saying? Because like Persona, you can have like 3 to 4 girlfriends. It's just which one you want to spend time with. You got to buy certain gifts to give them and stuff like that. So you can be a sleaze bag. But for some reason, those games end up coming out when I was in a relationship. So sometimes, you ever had your girl just chilling on the couch and just watching you, and she on her phone and shit, but she like, oh, so you got like 2 girlfriends, huh? And it's like, yeah, but it's just the game, though. It's just the game. It's just the game, bruh. I do the same thing. Like, if y'all go look on the page, I just need to start producing episodes. I need to get more phone memory, so I can produce the episodes. I got episodes of Love Island. I got about 3 girlfriends on that game too. Oh man. Anyway, this is a part of the story where it gets crazy because aside from them cloning Big Boss, y'all, there's 2 big bosses running around, like actual big bosses, and one is Venom Snake, and one is Naked Snake, the original, or Acid Snake, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know for this to be true. Maybe one day we'll watch Psycho Pelkin or whatever his name is. He said whole time you're playing as Gray Fox. I don't know if they're gonna weave that into the story, but you never know. That would be crazy. You said my ex got mad at me running over hookers in GTA V. That's funny because they will talk shit about you, and then when you give them the controller and go in the kitchen and go cook something or do something, they be the ones killing hookers and pushing them off bridges and all kinds of shit. Exploding cars with them in it. Warmaster said, one of my exes and I played Halo for days. I miss Halo, except for Halo 4 and 5, and never finished Infinite. I heard they messed up the Halo series. I know people that was selling their soul for Halo 2 and 3. I knew people from back in the day that sold their soul for a copy of Halo 2. Halo was another game that I gotta get into, And shout outs to Warmaster because Warmaster was the only person that really put me on into space shooters. Now, it is pretty pitiful. The only space shooters, like I said, that I played, and I showed it to Warmaster, and he immediately started roasting me, was Star Trek Deep Space Nine. It was computer games. It was horrible. The only legit space shooter I would say that I played at that time was Half-Life. Half-Life, and that was a tricky game also. And that Star Trek game, that shit don't count. That shit was disgusting. Little phaser. You know how the Star Trek, they used to have a little laser gun on them, little phaser, little bullshit gun. Oh, the only game I would say that was good, and I think this is before they sold it, there was a Star Trek game that came out. No, there was a Star Wars game that was really good that came out on the PS3. That was a good fucking game. That'd probably be the only space game that I really played, but not like a space shooter. I played Halo with my friends though, but I don't really remember too much because I just couldn't really get into it. The different types of guns. Let me tell y'all a game nobody said earlier, and this was a good fucking game, and I bought this game about 5 times too. Have y'all ever played this game called Shadows of Mordor? That game is a fucking great game. Shadows of Mordor is a fucking good game. I like how you can go to a camp and it's a bunch of enemies there, but you can walk around and find the boss or the lieutenant or the second in command, and you can assassinate him and all kinds of stuff, Definitely Prince of Persia, Assassin's Creed, Shadows of Mordor, and damn, there was another one that I just forgot. Skyrim. Oh yeah, Skyrim, Sky motherfucking Rim, and Fallout. Woo wee.
Back to the Diamond Dogs base in the Seychelles, and that instigates a rebellion from Eli and the other rescued child soldiers at the base. Eli and the third child share a psychic connection of sorts, and they all escape the base with the giant mech. Anyway, that's the least of Snake's problems, as an epidemic of the vocal cord parasite has spread through the base too, forcing Snake to kill a good deal of his own soldiers. All fingers point to Huey as the source of the epidemic, and he's accused of experimenting on the parasites for use as bioweapons, and Snake banishes him from the Diamond Dogs. And on top of all of that, Quiet has gone rogue too, and it turns out that's
This is crazy because Snake and all the Metal Gears are like eerily the same. Snake, Acid Snake loses his hand, well, his arm, because he has a hook, but low key he had
because
the best
she's also
CQC.
infected with the parasite.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, Solid Snake might have the best CQC, but I ain't gonna lie, he probably has an upper because he has
The reason why she doesn't speak is purely so she doesn't spread the infection, but she speaks up to save Snake in the end and flees as a result, never to be seen again. And despite all of that,
Star Trek for the PS1 was fire. You know what game? I bet you if I go look up that game right now, it looks trash. Cause I ain't gonna lie, when we're younger, like the graphics seem good for the time, but they look horrible now. I had a Beast Wars game that was pretty good. Beast Wars for the PlayStation 1 was actually pretty good. Actually, you know what game was actually good? But a lot of people didn't like it, but I loved it. But it was a weird game to me, and I ended up playing it again not too long ago and watching it on YouTube. Batman and Robin. That was a great game. And I like because you can be Batman, Robin, and you can be Batgirl, and you can do all the missions with each and every single one of them. And you can drive around in the Batmobile. Batman and Robin, the game was pretty good with Mr. Freeze and all of them and stuff. That was a pretty good game, even though Batman was stiff as fuck and Robin was stiff as fuck and Batgirl was stiff as fuck. That whole game was stiff as fuck, but it was great. Good game. Good game. See, I see y'all know y'all game well. I know you know your judo well. Men
the
of
biggest
culture.
reveal of all comes in the form of the real identity of Venom Snake, who, shock twist, isn't actually Big Boss after all. Oh no, instead he's the MSF medic that went into a coma at the same time as Big Boss at the end of Ground Zeroes. You see, it turns out that Major Zero had one more mission to...
So this is the one, War Master. They have this one, and I think it's called Phantom Pain. They have this one, and they have this one, and they have Phantom Pain. Usually, they sell these in a double pack. They sell Phantom Pain and Metal Gear Solid 5, which I think you're actual Big Boss on Metal Gear Solid 5, and you're the medic on Phantom Pain, who's posing as Big Boss. And you end up running into a young Ocelot and everything. Real dope game. They usually have them for sale together, you know. But these two are really good games, you know, if you do get them. But I don't know. It's like so weird. You just got to know the characters. It's a twist, you know. Yeah, man, we going crazy on the games, Morbid. You come on in, bro. You missing out. 5 was the best one. You know, I'm trying to get into 4, but I can't access my Steam. you know.
fulfill, and that was to ensure the safety of Big Boss. And he pulled all the strings to perform the switcheroo. And so after a good deal of plastic surgery and hypnotherapy, the medic became a doppelganger of Big Boss to wage war on Cypher, while the real Big Boss, who was actually the bandaged saviour Ishmael, told you he was important, went about creating his dream of a rogue military state Outer Heaven. Yeah, a lot happens in the Phantom Pain.
Okay, with two big bosses knocking about in a post-Phantom Pain world, things start to get a little confusing. And that's even before the introduction of Big Boss's clone son, the iconic protagonist Solid Snake.
The year is 1995, and a lot has happened in the years preceding Phantom Pain. For starters, the real Big Boss has succeeded in creating Outer Heaven, which is now located in South Africa. He has also come out of his long exile to rejoin the US military, in a bid to set up a cover story for his nefarious operation. To this end, he hires an old pal called Frank Yeager, who's given the code name Grey Fox, and the pair re-establish the Foxhound Command Unit. All of this is because of the rising threat of Cypher, who are now going by the snazzy new name of the Patriots. Anyway, with Outer Heaven also proving to be quite the threat to the world's health, the CIA instructs Foxhound to investigate the compound and see if the rumours of weapons of mass destruction are actually true. Naturally, all of this takes place without the CIA knowing that it's their very own Big Boss responsible for the whole damn thing. Grey Fox is dispatched to investigate, but he's immediately captured and imprisoned, all of which sets the scene for our new hero in the franchise, Solid Snake. Okay, so rookie in the ranks of Foxhound at this stage, completely unaware of his origins as a clone from the Les Enfants Initiative. But like father like son, he successfully infiltrates Outer Heaven, rescues Grey Fox, and discovers that the base is in control of a new Metal Gear project. Long story short, Snake destroys the new nuclear tank and makes to escape, but is confronted by Big Boss himself, or more accurately, his phantom Venom Snake, who reveals the truth behind Outer
Yeah, so that's crazy. The first Big Boss you kill is Venom Snake, the actual best Snake to a certain degree, but Solid Snake was, I think, was a little bit better. But I'm not gonna lie, I like Venom Snake CQC a lot better. And then the second Big Boss you kill is the real Big Boss, but you kill him with like a blowtorch, like a makeshift lighter. So yeah. I'm gonna tell you though, when I was a kid and Snake was like, I killed my father with my bare hands, I'm like, oh, this nigga different. Oh, this man different. He killed his dad and he's still free. Oh, he different, you know?
Heaven's intentions. Yet more importantly, he reveals that Big Boss is Solid Snake's biological father, before detailing the mad origins of the cloning program. All of these big revelations to the death, and against all odds, Solid is able to defeat Venom Snake and foil the real Big Boss's plan. It's not a happy ending for Solid though, as despite returning to the US as a hero, he leaves Foxhound feeling betrayed by Big Boss's web of lies.
Solid Snake's retirement from Foxhound lasts exactly 4 years though, as he's prompted back into action for Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake.
The year is 1999, the Cold War is still raging, and the world is fighting over oil. In the wake of this oil crisis, a leading scientist called Dr. Keo Marv engineers a solution to the world's problems, with an alternative fuel source called Oilix. Only en route to his demonstration of Oilix, the good doctor is kidnapped by terrorist forces from a newly established military state known as Zanzibarland. You have exactly one guess for who's behind this new rogue nation. Yep, Big Boss. With Outer Heaven ending as an embarrassing failure, Boss is giving his dream a second try, and he aims to hold the world ransom by monopolizing.
And it's crazy because they were so nonchalant when they introduced Big Boss in Metal Gear Solid 1. It was just, like, if you remember, back in the day, those games came with a booklet. Cool thing about Metal Gear Solid is that it was 2 discs on the first one. In the booklet, Big Boss is just some old nigga. It's like, okay, well, I already killed them, so I don't know why they keep bringing up this old nigga. I didn't know that game got so... Yo, after you play the demo and you get up that elevator in the beginning, boy, that game takes off.
Monopolizing the world's oil supply.
And away.
And this is the reason why Solid Snake is coaxed out of retirement to infiltrate Zanzibarland. The infiltration doesn't exactly go smoothly though, and Solid eventually runs into his old pal Grey Fox, who's still working for Big Boss. Armed with a new Metal Gear, Solid destroys the new mech and kills his old colleague once and for all. And when I say once and for all, I am definitely fibbing, as this is not the last we see of Grey Fox, but that's a story for a little later. And Metal Gear 2 all comes to a head with another confrontation with Big Boss, the real one this time. Snake, with absolutely no weapons left, has to improvise a flamethrower from a lighter and an aerosol can, and using this makeshift weapon, he kills Big Boss as well. And just like that, the enigmatic Big Boss, a mainstay in this franchise since the very chronological beginning, is dead and gone. Also a fib, let me explain. You see, the shady Patriots, still very much operating in the background, recover both the bodies of Big Boss and Grey Fox, and start experimenting on them. They're able to reanimate the corpse of Grey Fox, and they attach an exoskeleton to this monstrosity to create Cyborg Ninja. Big Boss, meanwhile, is put into a form of cryostasis, allowing the Patriots leader, our old friend Zero, and his team to immortalise him as the symbol he always wanted for his organisation.
Alright, now this is where we come in. Now, this didn't come out in 2005, but the year this is supposedly went down was in 2005. Alright, so we're in 1999, 2000, and this comes out in 2005. So not only did I feel like I was playing some futuristic shit, this game was nuts for the PlayStation. What was I about to say? This is where it all starts, y'all. Let's go.
Right, before we barrel on into perhaps the most iconic entry in the franchise, it's time to reacquaint ourselves with some clones.
You see, our old mates Liquid and Solidus have been busy in the years since we last caught up with them. And by busy, I mean setting up a terrorist splinter unit of Foxhound and threatening the world with nuclear devastation, and becoming the President of the United States respectively. You know, just normal everyday busyness. Anyway, the pair of them effectively orchestrate the events of Metal Gear Solid, which goes by the name of the Shadow Moses incident. Liquid and his aforementioned Foxhound splinter group ambush the Shadow Moses compound, take a pair of high-ranking hostages, and threaten the White House with nuclear devastation, all in a bid to regain the corpse of Big Boss, which is still in the possession of the Patriots. Liquid's ultimate game plan here is to use Big Boss's DNA to further perfect his band of genome soldiers, many of which we'll meet across this section of the video. President Solidus is himself a secret patriot, and in a bid to get back at them, has actually masterminded the whole enterprise via Revolver Ocelot, with the endgame of hijacking a new Metal Gear known as Rex, but I'm very much getting ahead of myself. Back to the beginning of Metal Gear Solid and the return of Solid Snake, who's coaxed out of retirement once again and must be feeling sick of all this espionage nonsense by now. Luckily he's not, and we have the rollicking madcap story of the original Metal Gear Solid. He promptly infiltrates the Shadow Moses complex and quickly recovers the first hostage. Anderson reveals that the Metal Gear Rex has been deactivated, and then he, out of nowhere, promptly dies of a heart attack. Take note of this, as it will prove to be important in about a minute's time. Anyway, en route to locating the next hostage, Snake is confronted by franchise stalwart Revolver Ocelot, prompting a boss fight that comes to a premature end when Ocelot's hand is cut off by a rampaging cyborg ninja. In the wake of this bizarre encounter, Snake rescues the next hostage, the ArmsTech president Kenneth Baker, who briefs Snake on how to stop the Metal Gear Rex before, carking it from a heart attack. While Snake's success ratio for hostage rescuing is a stone cold 0%, he soldiers on regardless. On his way to taking down Liquid, who he still doesn't know is his twin, he encounters the so-called Sons of Big Boss, a team of genetically engineered super soldiers all sporting snazzy animal-related names. First up, there's Vulcan Raven, who attacks Snake with a giant cannon. Then there's Psycho Mantis, who the player memorably defeats by switching their controller to the player 2 slot. Then there's Sniper Wolf, who hunts Snake across a few memorable sequences. And finally, Decoy Octopus, who it turns out was in disguise as Donald Anderson earlier on in the game and died. Anyway, Snake systematically fights and defeats all of them en route to Liquid Snake and a big confrontation atop the Metal Gear Rex. And it's here where Snake discovers the big reveal about his brotherly relationship with Liquid via the Les Enfants program. You see, Liquid has something of a complex when it comes to his brother, making him bitter due to his belief that Solid has the superior genes to him. His desire to gain Big Boss's corpse stems from his desire to achieve a genetic purity close to his late father.
Now this is weird because I've always thought Snake was the dominant gene and Liquid was the recessive one. But Ocelot was saying that Liquid was the dominant one and Snake was recessive. But then again, Liquid got his ass beat also. So he probably
dead wrong on all of this, as we later find out that Liquid actually has the superior genes to Solid, but they're both inferior to the perfect clone that is Solidus. Gosh, my head hurts.
I mean, not Liquid, Revolver Ocelot. I didn't think he would play such of a big role in the game as he did.
But that's not the only revelation from Liquid, as he reveals to Snake that he's been infected with a virus known as Foxdie, which will infect and kill members of the Foxhound team when he comes into contact with them. Oh, and one last revelation, Cyborg Ninja reveals himself as the reanimated corpse of Grey Fox, all before being crushed by the Metal Gear Rex. All this madness comes to a head with Snake defeating Liquid, first in the Metal Gear Rex, then via the Foxdie virus during an audacious escape in a Jeep. The fallout from Metal Gear Solid, which I guess is the wrong choice of words, seeing as it's all about averting nuclear destruction.
You missed the part where you defeat Liquid in a helicopter. Liquid had a big-ass Russian gunship. He had a Hind D, and he beats him in the gunship. And then also he leaves out that in the game he left out a lot. Like in the game, Snake has somebody called Master Miller, which was allegedly supposed to be Solid Snake's big boss. Like Master Miller was the one that was Snake's quote unquote one of his mentors, taught him how to fish, how to fight, and certain things and stuff like that. So he gets him back in contact with Master Miller, and the whole time Master Miller is Liquid. And like when you play the game, like when Liquid takes off in the helicopter, you end up getting back in contact with Master Miller. And like sometimes you can hear the helicopter in the background. It's like it was a parody to this dude was like, what's that what's that chopper noise in the back? It's like nothing. Hold on, y'all. Look at all these black people late as fuck talking about some I investigated Charlie Kirk's death. Yeah, like 2 weeks later, like niggas be late as hell. Hold on, y'all. I might have to start doing like pre-record videos on just like certain stuff from Metal Gear Solid. I would love to do it. So this is what happens, right? This is in the game, right? Naomi, who was adopted by Grey Fox, that was the only family that she knew. When she found out that Snake killed Grey Fox, she wanted to get back at him and ended up injecting him with she called it nano machines, which was like supposed to be a shot that's supposed to help him stay warm in the Alaskan winter. You know what I'm saying? And like they can increase his sugar and stuff like that. Basically, it's like a shot to keep track of Snake's vitals, right? And basically it had a strain of Foxdie in it because she wanted to kill Snake. She wanted to get back at Snake because he ended up taking out Grey Fox, which was the only quote unquote family that she knows. And when Snake runs back into Gray Fox while they're fighting Metal Gear Solid, you know, Gray Fox is basically like a tortured soul. You know, he was talking about how he couldn't rest in peace because they found his body on a wasteland that Snake left him there. And they kind of cryogenically put him in that ninja suit, and like, you know, he's going around causing hell to people because he can't really rest. So he's getting fucked up by Metal Gear Solid Rex, right? Because you got to take out the satellite on its left side or whatever, right? So he tells Snake, that tells him that he's in contact with Naomi, to tell her that he's sorry. This whole time, Gray Fox, you know what I'm saying? Gray Fox ended up killing Naomi's family, and he felt so guilty that he took her under his wing because he couldn't bring himself to kill her. So he sat up there and unsubscribed all of her family. She's growing up thinking that, you know, he was like, you know, her savior, which he kind of did save her. She was an orphan, but she didn't know that he was the one that took out her family. And the plot gets crazy too, because that's the same story with Sniper Wolf meeting Big Boss. So some of these people that you're playing and some of the people that's in these Cobra units and all these different units and stuff like that, they were orphans, rebels without a cause. And, you know, so that was pretty sad. But Naomi, when she finds out that Gray Fox unsubscribed her parents and stuff like that, now she feels bad. Now she feels fucked up, you know, because she infiltrated the mission, and you know, she poisoned Snake. Snake didn't do nothing to her, and it's like, you know, she gets arrested. All kinds. Man, this game got when this happened. This little part that I'm about to show y'all, when this happened, this game got crazy. And this is like when you're on the elevator, because Twin Snakes is different. Did you know, like, in the original game, you have this PAL key, y'all, and you got to input it 3 times to deactivate Metal Gear Solid, but you get tricked into activating it. So the PAL key, you have room temperature, you got cold, and you got heat. And, like, you got to go all the way back to where you fought Raven in the cold, and you got to sit there and, like, equip the key card and, like, lay on your stomach and just it gets like a cold temperature, because you know cold in the game too. Man, this game, bro, this game was way far ahead of it. That's all I can say. You know, that's all I can say. This game was way ahead of its time. Snake, and like Snake has to go right back through the blast furnace and heat it up. You just on Solid is well, Metal Gear, this pipe, and one is cold air and one's hot air, and you just rub the key card in it, man. I was mad as shit. But anyway, while you're running back and forth trying to heat up this PAL key that's giving you trouble, this is when you find out about Naomi. And I'm not gonna lie, when the music came on, ooh, gets you in the feels. But look at what happened with with Master Miller and Snake. This is
PAL code number 3 confirmed. PAL code entry complete. Detonation code activated.
No, why?
Ready for launch.
I deactivated it.
Thank you, Snake. Now the detonation code is completed.
Are this supposed to be Master Miller?
Nothing can stop Metal Gear now.
Master, what's going on?
You found the key, and even activated the warhead.
You hear the accent?
For us too. I really must express my gratitude. Sorry to have involved you in that silly shape memory alloy business.
What are you talking about?
We weren't able to learn the DARPA chief's code, even with Mantis' psychic power.
And that's the thing. So there was a bunch of people that you fought. Like you have Psycho Mantis, you have Revolver Ocelot, you had Raven, you had Sniper Wolf, and then there was this other guy named Decoy Octopus, who I wanted to fight as a kid. I was like, man, I can't wait to fight Decoy Octopus. I know he gonna be tight. Whole time you go through the game and you don't fight him. And then you realize the first guy, which is the black guy that they make you meet in the beginning, the DARPA chief, that wasn't the actual DARPA chief. That was Decoy Octopus. And it's like the DARPA chief has like a heart attack because he came into contact with you. So Snake, like what she injected Snake with, he's basically a carrier. You know what I'm saying? So he basically activates Fox Die and the people that he comes in contact with. So he's basically a biological weapon. You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to be the ultimate soldier, but he's basically a biological weapon. So what happens is Decoy Octopus was the one trying to get all the information out of Snake, and he ends up dying. And then what happens is when Snake gets locked up in the cell with the whole Johnny situation, when Snake gets locked up in the cell, the real Decoy, the real DARPA chief is sitting in that cell dead with maggots all over him because Ocelot tortured. This is another part of the Metal Gear series. You get tortured. When Big Boss got tortured in Metal Gear Solid 3, he got his eye shot out. You know, they shot his eye out. You know, when Volgin was torturing him. And listen, as a kid, I hated when Ocelot tortured you because you know how you can get those like controllers where like you can do rapid fire and stuff like that? The game will detect it. I remember I had a controller that could do it and the game couldn't detect it, but the game would detect it. We tried everything. You have to keep mashing the circle button. You have to use a battery technique, all kinds of techniques. And the thing is that if you failed the torture, he'll kill Meryl. And then you end the game with Ocelot. You end the game with Otacon. But the crazy thing is that you end up getting the stealth camo, which is better. But if you pass the torture, you end up saving Meryl, and you get the bandana, which gives you infinite bullets. So it's like, damn. All right, but check this out.
He couldn't read his mind. Then Ocelot accidentally killed him during the interrogation. In other words, we weren't able to launch the nuclear device, and we were all getting a little worried. Without the threat of a nuclear strike, our demands would never be met.
What do you mean?
Without the detonation codes, we had to find some other way. That's when we decided you might prove useful, Snake.
What?
First, I thought we might get the information from you, Snake, so I had Decoy Octopus disguise himself as the DARPA chief. Unfortunately, Octopus didn't survive the encounter, thanks to Fox Die.
You mean you had this plan from the beginning, just to get me to input the detonation code?
Huh? You didn't think you made it this far by yourself, did you?
Who the hell are you?
In any case, the launch preparations are complete. Once the world glimpses the power of this weapon, the White House will have no choice but to surrender the Fox Die vaccine. To me, their ace in the hole is useless now.
Ace in the hole?
The Pentagon's plan to use you was already successful in the torture room. Snake, you're the only one who doesn't know. poor fool.
Who are you anyway?
I'll tell you everything you want to know. If you come where I am, that is.
Where are you?
Very close by.
Snake! That's not Master Miller.
Campbell, you're too late.
Master Miller's body was just discovered at his home. He's been dead for at least 3 days. I didn't know because my codec link with Master was cut off. But Mei Ling said his transmission signal was coming from inside the base.
So who is it?
Snake, you've been talking to...
Me, dear brother.
Liquid, how the...
And bro, mind you, you've been talking to this man since the beginning of the whole mission.
You've served your purpose. You may die now.
So he gasses the room.
Colonel, can you hear me? Yes, I'm listening. What is the Pentagon trying to do? Colonel, answer me. The Secretary of Defense has taken over active control of this operation. He's on his way there by AWACS. What for? To bomb the place. What? Not only that, B-2 bombers just lifted off from Galena Air Force Base. They're carrying B-6113 surface-piercing tactical nuclear bombs. What? Metal Gear is destroyed. Tell the Secretary of Defense. The Secretary of Defense heard that Naomi double-crossed us, and he's worried about Foxdie. Now that there's no more danger of a nuclear strike from Metal Gear, he's going to do whatever's necessary to cover up the truth of what really happened here. He's going to drop a nuclear bomb to vaporize all the evidence along with anyone who knows anything. Don't worry, Snake. I'll stop the nuclear strike. How? I may only be a figurehead here, but I'm still officially in command of this mission. If I issue an order to delay the strike, it'll confuse the chain of command and at least buy you some time. It'll give you a chance to escape. But, Colonel, if you do that... It's okay, Snake. The truth is, Foxhound was already the subject of an undercover investigation. Merrill was transferred to this base just before the terrorist attack as a way of manipulating me. Those bastards. I'm sorry. They forced me to cooperate in exchange for her life. You better get out of there, Snake. Are you sure? It'll be bad for you. Don't worry. It's the least I can do for you, after all the lies. Colonel. I'm ordering them to cancel the bombing run. There's no turning back. What? What are you doing? What?
Snake!
Mei Ling, what happened to the Colonel?
I don't believe it.
What happened?
Snake, the Colonel!
Roy Campbell has been relieved of duty. This is the Secretary of Defense, Jim Houseman.
Put the Colonel back on.
He's been placed under arrest for leaking top-secret information and for the crime of high treason.
Ridiculous.
Yes, he's a ridiculous man. He truly believed that he was in command of this operation.
You bastard.
There won't be a speck of evidence left. I'm sure the President would want the same thing.
President ordered this?
President is a busy man. I have complete authority here.
How do you plan on explaining a nuclear attack on Alaska to the media?
Don't worry. We've prepared a convincing cover story. We'll simply say that the terrorists exploded a nuclear device.
Smart. You'll be murdering everyone here. The scientists, the Genome Army, everyone.
Donald, the DARPA chief, is already dead.
So, you didn't mean to kill the DARPA chief after all?
He was my friend.
And you could care less about what happens to everybody else, huh?
Well, if you give me the optic disc, I might consider saving them.
What are you talking about?
Metal Gear's test data. Donald was supposed to bring it back.
I don't have it.
I see. Oh well, that's okay. You two are an embarrassment from the 1970s. Our country's dirty little secret. You can't be allowed to live. Well, the bombs will be dropping soon, and you two have a lot of catching up to do. Farewell.
Yeah, this is towards the end.
Snake, the government has decided not to give in to their demands. We're trying to buy some more time.
Come on, Colonel. Why don't you stop playing dumb? I'm sorry about Meryl, but I want the lies to end now.
What are you talking about?
Metal Gear was designed to launch a new type of nuclear warhead, wasn't it? You knew it all along, didn't you? Why did you try to hide it?
I'm sorry.
Can't tell the grunts, huh? You've changed a lot. Metal Gear, secret advanced nuclear weapons research. Does the White House know about this? How deep does it go?
As far as I know, as of yesterday, the president had not been briefed about the Rex project.
Need-to-know basis, is that the idea?
These are sensitive times. Even subcritical nuclear tests are causing quite a stir.
Plausible deniability, huh?
Yes. And tomorrow, the president and his Russian counterpart are scheduled to sign the START 3 Accord.
I get it. That's the reason for the deadline.
That's right, Snake. And that's why we can't let this terrorist attack go public.
We still haven't even ratified START 2 or dealt with the issue of TMDs. This has to do with the president's reputation and America's place as the dominant superpower.
So patriotism is your excuse for circumventing the Constitution?
Please, Snake. Just stop them.
Why should I?
Because you're the only one who can.
In that case, tell me the truth about this new type of nuclear warhead.
I told you before. I don't know the details.
I don't believe you. If the situation is so serious, why don't you give in to their demands? Let them have Big Boss's remains.
You see...
Or is there some reason that you can't do that? Something you haven't told me about?
Publicly, the president has been very vocal in his opposition to eugenics experiments. We don't want the existence of the Genome Army to go public.
And that's the only reason? Huh. Hell with you.
I'm sorry.
I will triumph over the Patriots.
Hold on, guys.
And liberate us all.
Alright, this is solid. This is like the other brother. Hold on. You know what I was looking at the other day? Is this part where like Snake is like in the boat and like Fortune's dad's like left and everybody looks left, he's like right. He's like up, down. Hold on, y'all. Let me do this. Bro, this game.
Now things are starting to make a little sense. Switch over to nano communication so nobody can listen in.
Yes, sir. Do you read me, sir?
Yes.
Mr. President, it's my understanding that the terrorists have managed to input the code sequence necessary for launching a nuclear strike.
That's correct. I punched the sequence in myself.
You're working for them?
If you asked me 2 hours ago, my answer would have been yes. Right now, they're keeping me alive until my vital signs are reconfirmed.
They betrayed you?
I wouldn't quite put it that way. I wanted power. They sought destruction.
But why stoop to terrorism?
I wanted absolute power.
But you're the president. You have power.
No, I'm just a figurehead.
Huh?
I don't have any control. The real power is in the Patriots' hands.
The Patriots?
The truth behind this country. I'm not surprised you've never heard of them. Very few are aware of their existence, even among those with code word clearance.
Huh?
Politics, the military, the economy, they control it all. They even choose who becomes president. Putting it simply, the Patriots rule this country.
No.
Hard to believe, isn't it? But it's the truth. Income tax reduction and national missile defense programs. Every policy that's been credited to me was actually done according to their instructions.
Space defense was initiated by Congress.
That's what the Patriots want the country to believe. It's all a show. Democracy is just a filler for textbooks. Think about it. Do you actually believe that public opinion influences the government?
No.
This country is shaped and controlled as the patriots see fit. The people are shown what they want to believe. What you call government is actually a well-staged production aimed at satisfying the public.
Huh?
Don't look at me like that. I'm legally sane, you know.
It's not your sanity that worries me.
Bro, did you hear what he said? They be using these games to get their shit off. Did you hear what this man said?
Actually believe that public opinion influences the government?
No.
This country is shaped and controlled as the patriots see fit. The people are shown what they want to believe. What you call government is actually a well-staged production aimed at satisfying the public.
Huh?
Don't look at me like that.
It's your sanity that worries me.
Oh.
The Patriots. Even I don't know who the actual...
This is so crazy because we're actually getting closer to when Metal Gear Solid 4 came out. Tell me if he's not describing shit that we're going through right now.
members are. Are they financial?
And actually, I forgot this part on Metal Gear Solid 2. This is blowing my mind. Hold on, y'all.
Political or military leaders? No one knows who the Patriots really are. Even my instructions come from a cutout. All I've been told is that every key decision is made by a group of 12 men, known as the Wise Men's Committee.
Your office? The White House?
Merely puppets, pawns in a game. By pledging my loyalty, an insignificant son of a senator was awarded the presidency. Of course, that wasn't the only price I had to pay.
What do you mean?
Even if a pawn becomes a queen, it is still just a playing piece. I wanted to leave my own mark in history, but my ambitions were... You'll understand someday. I wished to be a member of the Patriots. I wanted to wield the power of a king instead of being an expendable pawn.
And that justifies acts of terrorism?
Yes. I'd intended to use the new Metal Gear as a bargaining chip.
Bargaining chip?
But I underestimated Solidus. He actually wants to challenge the Patriots, even if it means the destruction of the world.
What are you saying?
Whether you believe it or not, the balance of power rests in the hands of the Patriots. They regulate the country's various interests through controlled presentation, staging a drama that is palatable to the general masses. Can you imagine what would happen if they ceased to function? Picture a massive political vacuum, a space that every powermonger will try to fill for their own greedy ends. I'm talking about an unregulated power struggle, panic, civil war, chaos. Like it or not, the Patriots is an organization that must continue to exist.
So you changed your mind because you wanted to avoid global chaos.
Exactly. When I told Solidus that I wished to prevent disaster, he replied that pawns can never become players.
And who is this Solidus?
My predecessor, George Sears. That was the name the public came to know him by. I knew him by his code name. He was the third Snake, preceded by Solid and Liquid, a survivor of the Les Enfants Terribles project. Neither Solid nor Liquid. He was a well-balanced masterpiece that the Patriots saw it fit to entrust with the presidency. However, he fell out of grace with the organization 4 years ago. When acting on his own, he started an incident.
4 years ago? Shadow Moses.
That's right. At the time, the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, together with certain influential parties, initiated the development of Metal Gear Rex and an advanced nuclear warhead. However, this did not fall in line with the Patriots' plans. What's more, Solidus decided on his own to send his most trusted man, Ocelot, to provoke Liquid Snake, bringing about the said incident. As a result, he succeeded in obtaining Rex and the data on the warhead. But in doing so, he ended up revealing the existence of both Rex and the Genome Army, a blunder that earned him the wrath of the Patriots. Shortly thereafter, Solidus was removed from the presidential office.
I thought he resigned.
That's the story given to the general public. Following his resignation, the Patriots selected me, their new pawn, for the presidency.
But that would mean that the presidential race was...
That was quite a show, wasn't it? It was a well-scripted drama staged by the Patriots for the benefit of the public. Even the Democrats and Republicans were dancing to the Patriots' tune. Everything went according to plan, but for one exception. Following his resignation, Solidus' health was scheduled to fail him, bringing about his untimely death.
Capped?
Correct. But before the Patriots could execute their plot, Solidus went underground with the help of Ocelot. As he avoided pursuit, Solidus gained control of Dead Cell, winning over Colonel Golukovich's outfit. From there, he bided his time, knowing that his opportunity would soon arrive.
What opportunity?
The completion of the Metal Gear project, an opportunity's odds against the Patriots. By stealing the Patriots' most valued project, he would be able to place them in a very uncomfortable position. It's the only chance he has for survival. Once he has the new Metal Gear, he'll declare war against the Patriots. Needless to say, he must be stopped.
Metal Gear is already operational.
No, not yet. What you saw was Metal Gear Ray, hijacked 2 years ago from the Marines by Ocelot. That was not the new Metal Gear.
Then where's the new Metal Gear?
Right here.
What?
You're standing in it. To be more precise, this entire big shell facility is the new Metal Gear.
What'd you say?
No, I'm quite serious. The upper structure that you've seen is camouflage, designed to represent an offshore cleanup facility. The main structure extends from the foundation all the way down to the ocean floor. The connecting elevator is located on the B2 floor of the Shell 1 core. Arsenal Gear. That's the code name for the new Metal Gear.
Arsenal?
That's right. Arsenal. We're talking about an impregnable fortress carrying a load of over a couple of thousand missiles, including nuclear warheads, all protected by a horde of mass-produced Metal Gear Ray units.
Mass-produced?
The Ray unit was originally designed for the Marines to be used as a countermeasure against the Metal Gear variations throughout the world. The Patriots had Ray redesigned to protect the new Arsenal Gear.
So now anti-Metal Gears are guarding a Metal Gear.
Ironic, isn't it? That's not all. Arsenal Gear has full access to the military's tactical network, giving it the ability to exercise absolute control over our nation's armed forces, not to mention our nuclear armament. In short, Arsenal was created to be the core of our country.
What kind of idiotic weapon?
Weapon? No. You're not seeing the full picture. Arsenal Gear is more than just a military tool. It is a means to preserve the world as it is. It will establish a new form of control. The Patriots will use it to keep their place as the country's true rulers. Right now, they feel pressured and threatened.
By what?
They fear an overabundance of digital information. The world will drown in the coming flood of information, and they along with it.
The most profound moment in gaming history. Yaolis.
For the past 4 years on this channel, I have made videos on various topics, but by far the most popular form of video I have done
Thought that was Asmongold going over Metal Gear Solid. I was gonna be like, oh, this is epic. Alright, hold on, y'all. I'm just trying to tell you, bro, we had no business playing this game as kids. Let me play real quick before we get back into it. Naomi confessing that she gave Snake poison. This was crazy. Otacon was trying to give Snake some stealth suits that he had, and he ended up being in the elevator with some dudes, some soldiers that stole the other stealth suits. Check this out. This was crazy.
Huh?
Snake, there's something I forgot to tell you before.
What?
There were 5 stealth camouflage prototypes in my lab.
Yeah, so?
If you take out the one I'm wearing, that leaves 4.
Hey, this isn't first grade math class.
I thought I'd get one for you. So I went back to the lab and...
Yeah?
The 4... Also, about the elevator that I checked out. It's really strange. It was like someone was intentionally holding it.
When you were riding on it, did the weight limit warning go off?
That's another thing that bothered me about it. The warning went off, and I know I couldn't be over the limit.
How much do you weigh?
About 135. But that elevator had a weight limit of 650 pounds.
It would take at least 5 people to go over that limit.
Look out, Snake! The guys who stole my stealth prototypes are in there with you!
Too late, Snake! Now die!
This game was too good. Hold on. You end up meeting Naomi. Man, Metal Gear Solid 4 gets crazy. Because you end up fighting, man.
Snake, are you okay?
I've been better.
How's Mara?
They've got her.
Damn. Snake, the government has decided not to give in to their demands. We're trying to buy some more time.
Come on, Colonel. Dumb. I'm sorry about Meryl, but I want the lies to end now.
What are you talking about?
Metal Gear was designed to launch a new type of nuclear warhead. Naomi, please talk to me. Say something to take my mind off the pain.
What can I'm not a very good talker.
Please. Tell me about yourself.
Myself? That's a tough one. For me.
I don't...
Oh shit. Hold on, y'all. This one's pretty good.
Snake, are you okay?
I've been better. Say something to take my mind off the pain.
What can I say?
Anything.
I'm not a very good talker.
Tell me about yourself.
Myself? That's a tough one.
Any family?
That's not a happy topic for me.
I don't have any family. No. Wait. There was a man who said he was my father.
Where is he?
Dead. By my own hand.
Big Boss.
What? Big Boss? I had no idea.
There was no way you could. It happened in Zanzibar 6 years ago. Only Snake and I know the real truth of what happened there.
So, is it true? Was Big Boss really your father?
That's what he said. That's all I know.
And you were able to kill him, knowing that?
Yup.
How?
He wanted it. Besides, some people just need killing.
That's patricide.
Yup, Mama that Mantis was talking about. The one we share in common.
Is that why you left Foxhound?
Let's just say that I needed to be alone for a while, and Alaska was the perfect place.
Snake. I didn't have a real family either. Just a big brother who put me through school. We weren't even blood related, and he was much older than me.
Where is he?
He's dead.
I'm sorry.
Snake, you alive?
After you've been through as many wars as me, it's hard to trust anyone.
Friends?
Roy Campbell.
You're calling me friend?
Is that it?
No.
Big Boss's most trusted lieutenant ever to receive the code name Fox. Gray Fox.
I've learned a lot from him.
Didn't you try to kill each other?
That's true. We did, in Zanzibar. But it was nothing personal. We were just professionals on opposite sides, that's all.
And you still call yourself friends?
Hard to believe. War is no reason to end a friendship.
That's insane.
I first met him on the battlefield. He was being held a prisoner of outer heaven, but he didn't look like a prisoner to me. He was always so cold and precise. I was still green, and he showed me the ropes.
You knew him well?
No. We never talked about our personal lives. Sort of an unwritten rule. The next time I saw him on the battlefield, we were enemies. We were fighting barehanded in a minefield. I know it sounds strange to most people, but we were just two soldiers doing our jobs. It's like a sport.
Men and their games. You're like wild animals.
You're right. We are animals.
So if you were friends, then how do you explain the ninja's behavior?
I don't know.
It's your genes. They make you predisposed towards violence.
You really like talking about genes, Naomi. Why did you get into genetic research anyway?
I never knew who my parents were, or even what they looked like. I guess I got into genetics because I wanted to figure out why I am the way I am.
So you studied about DNA?
Yeah. I thought if I studied my genetic structure, I'd find out who I really was. I thought that by analyzing a person's genetic information, I could retrieve the blank spots in that person's memory.
Memory is stored in DNA?
We're not sure, but we know that a person's genetic fate is determined just by the sequence of the 4 bases in their DNA.
So what about my fate? You know my DNA sequence, don't you?
Your fate? I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Of course not. You're a scientist, not a fortune teller.
Bruh.
Now, the situation with Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes.
Man, O'Shea don't know what the hell he talking about. Bro don't be knowing what he talking about half the time. Hold on, guys. I want to show y'all this last part. Hold on. Eventually, he gets over it. This is Naomi right now with the old snake. She kind of gives him like this, this is the briefing, but like this is what she gave him the shot, but she kind of gives him like, this speech at the end and tell him, I ain't gonna lie, it's a real speech. Like at the end, she tells him to live, you know. Hold on. I ain't gonna lie, let me see. I almost boo-hooed. All right, this is what she confessed to him.
Snake, can you hear me? It's Naomi.
Naomi? What the hell?
Campbell and the others are busy right now. I'm on a different codec.
Naomi, is what the Colonel says true?
Yes, but not everything I said was a lie.
Who are you?
I don't know myself. I don't know my real name or even what my parents looked like. I bought all my identification, but my reason for getting into genetics was true.
'Cause you want to know yourself, right?
That's right. I want to know where I came from, my age, my race, anything. Naomi. I was found in Rhodesia sometime in the 80s. A dirty little orphan.
Rhodesia? What's now known as Zimbabwe?
Yes. Rhodesia was owned by England until 1965, and there were lots of Indian laborers around. That's probably where I got my skin color from, but I'm not even sure about that.
Naomi, you're too worried about the past. Isn't it enough to understand who you are now?
Understand who I am now? Why should I? No one else tries to understand me. I was alone for so long, until I met my big brother. And him.
Your big brother?
Yes. Frank Yeager.
What?
He was a young soldier when he passed the River. I was half dead from starvation, and he shared his rations with me. Yes. Frank Yeager. The man who you destroyed with my brother and my own.
No. Gray Fox?
He protected me. He's my one connection. The only connection I have to my past.
And
Came.
who is he? Big Boss?
Yes. Land of free. This America. My brother went. You killed my benefactor and cripple. I vowed revenge and joined Foxhound. To meet you, and I prayed for the day I would.
So, were your prayers answered?
Yes. I waited 2 long years.
To kill me? Is that all you cared about?
Yes. That's right. 2 years. You were all I thought about for 2 long years. Like some kind of twisted obsession.
Do you still hate me?
Not exactly. I was partly wrong about you.
What about Liquid and the others?
I'll have my revenge on them too.
Naomi, you didn't kill that doctor too, did you? The one that used Gray Fox for his genome experiments?
Dr. Clark? No. That was my brother. Afterwards, I covered it up and helped him hide out.
So that ninja, I mean Gray Fox, he's come here to kill me?
I don't think so. I think he just came here to fight you. I wasn't sure before, but now I think I understand. A final battle with you. That's all he lives for. I'm sure of it.
Fox? No. Naomi, tell me something.
About FoxDie? FoxDie is a type of retrovirus that targets and kills only specific people. First, it infects the macrophages in the victim's body. FoxDie contains smart enzymes created through protein engineering. They're programmed to respond to specific genetic patterns in the cells.
Those enzymes recognize the target's DNA?
Right. They respond by becoming active and using the macrophages. They begin creating TNF-epsilon.
Huh?
It's a type of cytokine, a peptide which causes cells to die. The TNF-epsilon is carried along the bloodstream to the heart, where they attach to the TNF receptors in the heart cells.
And then they cause a heart attack?
The heart cells suffer a shock and undergo an extreme apoptosis. Then, the victim dies.
Apoptosis? You mean the heart cells commit suicide? Naomi.
What?
You must have programmed that thing to kill me too, right? Do I still have time? Naomi, I don't blame you for wanting me dead, but I can't go yet. I still have a job to do.
Listen, Snake. I'm not the one who made the decision to use FoxDie.
Huh? You weren't?
No. You were injected with FoxDie as a part of this operation. I just wanted to let you know that. No, that's not the whole truth.
Huh?
The real thing I wanted to tell you was... Snake,
Hey, what are you doing?
Snake!
Naomi! Snake, I can't allow Naomi to make any more unauthorized transmissions.
What?
Naomi's been removed from this operation.
What happened to Naomi? What did she mean when she said that Fox Die was a part of this operation? Colonel, let me talk to her.
I won't. She's under arrest.
Colonel, you double-crossed me.
Snake, there's no time for that. Right now, your job is to stop Metal Gear. Okay, Snake?
Bruh. Oh, man. What part is it? Okay, he got the, face. Look at that house.
Then we'll have to make a lot of changes. Yes, that's right. We'll need another go at it. That won't be a problem. Uh-huh. Yes. I've taken care of it. Yes, I understand, but... Yes, the next test.
Naomi.
And things on your end? I see. We're on schedule here as well. I know. Me too. Until then.
Naomi.
Oh, I think when he goes around her, it triggers her.
I knew you'd come. You and I, neither of us can escape our fate. I haven't seen you since Shadow Moses. How long? 10 years?
9.
And Dr. Emmerich, is he with you?
Why?
I thought he'd be the only one able to open the mail I sent. Not many people could recognize 4D sound data in a Soliton radar file. How is the good doctor?
Otacon's fine. He's the same as ever.
Otacon? I see.
Who were you just talking to?
Liquid. Although I suppose he's really Ocelot, from a medical standpoint.
I thought he was here.
He's not, at the moment.
Where are all the guards?
They know I won't escape. I'm powerless to resist. I have no choice but to cooperate.
Naomi, what happened in the Middle East?
What you saw was the soldiers' emotions run amok.
Another product of the system.
You don't trust me?
I'm not sure yet.
And if I answer your question?
Let's hear it first.
Liquid. We thought the SOP was an ID control system designed primarily to maintain battle. And we... But only partially. SOP had another function. To control people's senses. The nanomachines inside soldiers' bodies adapt to different conditions, promoting the release of neurotransmitters, hormones, and stimulants, giving them an edge in battle. They can create an artificial combat high by releasing endorphins at the same time a soldier kills an enemy. Or they can suppress hormones to neutralize the soldier's emotions, prevent them from panicking and engaging in friendly fire or needless massacres. It's all controlled by the system's core AI. It artificially controls the soldier's pain, emotion, senses. In other words, the essence of his being.
Now, why am I bringing this up? All right, so in the future, there's so much stuff to break down. So when Snake was in Shadow Moses, Liquid told him that since they're clones in twins, that there was something called, like, he wasn't killing regular soldiers. He was killing what's called genome soldiers, which were soldiers that, had been genetically modified. And Snake was like, he was kind of indifferent. And Liquid was like, what I'm telling you is that the whole time you've been killing our brothers. And I've watched you kill our brothers with a smile on your face. And Snake was like, like the thing about like the genome soldiers in Metal Gear Solid 1 is that all of them had different traits. Like some of them had heightened smell, some of them had heightened vision, some of them had, they all had they were in a genome soldier project. So all of them kind of were like brothers, but they were like trying to be enhanced. So technically, if you think about it, Big Boss is like the ultimate soldier. And what they did was they cloned him and was messing around with his DNA to try to create armies, a biological army, or like, and it's the same thing with soldiers today. They do things to increase certain things. So like, I don't want to say this out loud, but you have test tube kids, and you got kids that are created nowadays. Are y'all putting two and two together? You got kids that are created nowadays that, yeah, they might be artificially created, but if you're artificially created, they don't have no soul, meaning that they can be replaced. Are y'all following what I'm saying? Meaning that when they take another life or they do something mass, they won't have no emotion or no feeling behind it. And if they get taken out, we just make another one that's not going to have no soul. It's really a perfect weapon. It's like no harm, no foul. So they mess around with like soldiers. Hey, this soldier, we increased this trait. We did this, we did that. Like it's a biological weapon, in other words. So all of these soldiers, they got like Neuralink basically in them. It's like Neuralink, meaning that even if they lose their gun or something like that. They got guns now too in the future where like if you don't have the ID card or the password or a proper code, you can't just pick up any rifle and fire it. It's crazy. Hold on, y'all. It's stuff that's happening right now
The skyrocketing demands of the war economy have fueled the demand for more soldiers and more fighting. This in turn led to the development of technologies to rapidly improve their combat abilities and control their actions. The system ensures a steady supply of battle-optimized soldiers at a minimum of cost. But you, of all people, must understand, Snake, that unlike combat technique, a soldier's senses can't be taught. They must be earned through experience.
Does this have something to do with that test of yours?
The goal was to release the soldiers' nanomachines from the system, but we didn't know about the mental control.
And the nanomachines went berserk?
No. Our test was a success. At least it confirmed our hypothesis at the time. Just as we predicted, the nanomachines stopped functioning, and the PMC soldiers were freed from the grips of the system. But the moment the system stopped, fury and sorrow, all the trauma and stress, all the hatred, regret, guilt, all the sensations that had been suppressed were unleashed within their hearts. Their memories, unlike their senses, weren't erased. Each enemy soldier they killed, each threat of violence.
It's like when they were on it, it's like when they were on it, they did so much that when they released them from it, all of that stuff came crashing in at once. So it's like they're dependent on it.
Violence against the innocent. Every act of war they'd committed was etched firmly in their hearts. In suppressing the user's mind, the nanomachines exact a heavy burden on his heart. The user's body rejects the nanomachines. This reaction must then be suppressed with drugs. Before the user knows it, his mind is in complete shambles. Snake. Remember Frank?
Frank Yeager. Gray Fox.
They twisted his body for their experiments and nullified his broken heart with nanomachines. SOP has taken it even further and applied it to living human beings. The sins of war these soldiers carried inside them returned to assault them in the form of unimaginable shell shock. The meaning in the system may have changed, but the battlefield hasn't. Until that point, war was like a game to them. And then suddenly, reality came crashing down. Ordinarily, our hearts are hardened through experience. Even the most grizzled veterans live with an inescapable guilt they've had to overcome years. And even then, it never truly goes away. For a mind lacking that essential experience, it was simply too much to bear.
But what about me? I've never been under the system's control.
That's why I want to examine your body. You need to know too. All right, Snake. Undress. Snake, what's gotten into you? Hurry up. Oh my God. Snake.
right? Let's just get this over with.
Yes. Of course. I'm sorry. Snake, do you remember what I told you in my video mail about the first generation of nanomachines?
The ones you stuck me with at Moses.
Yes. The nanomachines are recharged by your body heat. They won't stop functioning until they're all extracted. Or until you do. Most of them were lost through bleeding and excretion, but around 30% still remain inside your body, attached to your cells. The first generation were never ID registered, so they don't react in the same way as the SOP nanomachines. Ready? But they may be interfering with your body and with your heart.
So, does the aging have something to do with Fox Die too?
No. Your telomeres were intentionally set up to be short, regardless of the age of the original. One of the genes that inhibit reproduction and aging, the Clotho gene, was intentionally mutated as well. But more importantly, your chromosomes, like liquids, were provided with terminator genes to prevent them from making copies.
Why?
Your clones created for one purpose: war. And so, in order to prevent you from being abused by clients or stolen by the enemy, they shortened your lifespan and removed your ability to reproduce. It was a safety device to ensure that the seed of Big Boss didn't end up in the hands of others. The reason you're aging so rapidly isn't because of disease or faulty research or Fox Die. It's how you were born. It's your natural lifespan.
So it got him aging. Oh man. When I tell you this game has consumed a good deal of my life. When I tell you this game has consumed a good deal of my life, no
is the
joke,
death of
man.
Liquid and all his Foxhound team, the death of Grey Fox / Cyborg Ninja, and, well, I guess we can chuck the dismemberment of Revolver Ocelot in there too for good measure. On the Ocelot front, he's actually successful in his mission to get the Metal Gear Rex data back to Solidus Snake. Only Ocelot does Ocelot things, and sells the data on the black market, which prompts the Patriots to suss out Solidus' plans and go after him, pushing the perfect clone to become openly antagonistic to the organisation. Solid Snake, meanwhile, is declared dead, which largely allows him to live his life however he chooses, so at least that's something of a happy ending. Right, next up on the timeline we head straight into Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, which takes place in both 2007 and 2009. The 2007 section, which effectively acts as the prologue of the game, sees Solid Snake infiltrating an oil tanker that's been scuttled in the middle of the Hudson River, and supposedly contains a new model of Metal Gear known as the Ray. Solid boards the tanker, which is absolutely swarming with Russian mercenaries, and discovers evidence of the new Metal Gear, only for the franchise's bad penny Revolver Ocelot to rock up and ruin the party. He does this by basically blowing the tanker up, which pollutes the Hudson with nasty oil. Interestingly, when Snake gets close to Ocelot, he recognises Liquid's personality emerge from the gunslinger, a bizarre side effect of an operation that saw Liquid's arm being grafted onto Ocelot. Anyway, this new Liquid-Ocelot hybrid runs off with the new Metal Gear Ray, and leaves the tanker to become an environmental disaster, which was half the point anyway. You see, the whole affair was a scheme cooked up by the Patriots to give them a legitimate cover for building a facility known as Big Shell, which would officially run the cleanup operation, and unofficially house a giant fortress known as the Arsenal Gear. Fast forward 2 years to 2009 and we reach the main section of the campaign, which in a shock twist sees a brand new protagonist. Yep, Sons of Liberty sees Solid Snake take a backseat to young hero in progress Raiden. And Raiden is really thrown in the deep end as his first proper gig is to infiltrate the Big Shell facility after a terrorist raid by a group Liberty sees the president taken hostage. He's aided by the remnants of a Navy SEAL team, one of which calls himself Pliskin, which is a very on-the-nose reference and should immediately tells you this lad's real identity. The cat comes out of the bag when Pliskin reveals himself to be Solid Snake in the wake of an imposter Solid Snake making off with a stolen Metal Gear Ray. Despite all of this, Raiden is able to secure the president and for his troubles is let in on a little dirty secret hiding at the core of US democracy, which is that it's all a sham run by the Patriots. The president also spills the beans on the truth behind Big Shell as well, namely its front as the Arsenal Gear, which is controlled by an all-powerful AI known as GW. He reveals all of this before detailing the identity of the imposter Solid Snake, who is actually our old clone pal Solidus Snake, who's now heading up a rogue anti-terrorist unit known as Dead Cell. Solidus' game plan is to hijack the Arsenal Gear and overthrow the Patriots, and with all these revelations out in the open, the president is promptly murdered by Solidus' right-hand man Ocelot. And so Raiden's mission becomes stopping Solidus and destroying the Arsenal Gear, only things are really not that simple. First things first, there's the tragic story of Emma Emmerich, a computer programmer who helps Raiden to upload a virus into GW, but is ultimately thwarted when she's stabbed by a seemingly immortal member of Dead Cell known as Vamp. Then there's another mysterious cyborg ninja who it turns out is a Russian mercenary known as Olga, who's actually a Patriot double agent herself and has been forced into helping Raiden in exchange for the safety of her child.
That's a lot to take in, but wait, there's more.
Along the way, Raiden also discovers that he was actually raised by Solidus as a child soldier, after Solidus murdered his parents, which naturally just prompts Raiden to double down on his mission. And on top of that, Ocelot reveals himself as a Patriot agent, who's just there to make sure the Patriots' ultimate plan comes to fruition, a scheme called the S3 Plan, which aims to create an army of perfect soldiers in the image of Solid Snake by replicating the conditions of Shadow Moses. While all of these big story revelations are taking place, Emma's virus actually starts to take a hold within the AI of the Arsenal Gear, prompting it to crash into Manhattan. But another little twist comes in the form of a comms call by another AI, which informs Raiden that the S3 plan's purpose is actually to control all human thought from regressing due to all the trivial junk they consume overcoming actual knowledge. And this truth bomb comes with an ultimatum for Raiden: kill Solidus or Olga's child and Raiden's girlfriend Rose will die. And the twisty-turny antics of Sons of Liberty are finally brought to a close, with Raiden making good on this ultimatum by killing Solidus, all before an epilogue that sees Solid Snake discovering data about the Patriots' highest council, the Wiseman's Committee, a council of people who it seems have been dead for well over a century. Mysterious.
Here we are, the grand finale of the whole saga, Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots, which takes place 5 years after Sons of Liberty in 2014.
Guns of the Patriots is a greatest hits of sorts of the whole franchise, and brings closure to many of the series' long-running narrative strands, some of which date all the way back to Snake Eater. The world has changed since the events of Metal Gear Solid 2 and has seen the rise of a new form of warfare led by a host of private military companies, or PMCs for short. The soldiers fighting within these PMCs have undergone something of an upgrade as well, now enhanced with snazzy new nanomachines that are controlled centrally by the Sons of the Patriots network system. In the mix of all of this is Solid Snake, who of Liberty has seemingly aged several decades. His old grizzled appearance is the result of the accelerated aging that is a side effect of his cloning, and by the time of Metal Gear Solid 4 he has little more than a year left to live. Oh, and the Foxdie virus that's still knocking about in his system since the original Metal Gear Solid has also now mutated, turning Snake into a ticking time bomb of a biological weapon. As he's lamenting on his lifetime of fighting at the gravesides of the boss and Big Boss, Snake is approached by his old friend, Colonel Ray Campbell, who has one last mission for him: terminate his cloned brother Liquid once again, who, as we've already established, is living on in the consciousness of Revolver Ocelot.
God damn it, this franchise is bonkers.
One key problem standing in his way, though, is the fact that Liquid Ocelot is basically the ringleader for all the PMCs across the globe, and Snake gets first-hand experience of this on the first stop of his world tour to kill his brother, the Middle East. Here he encounters an arms dealer called Drebin, who injects him with the same nanomachines that the PMC soldiers are using, which allows Snake to take control of modern technology and fight back. Snake's globe-trotting mission to assassinate Liquid takes him from the Middle East to South America, and then on to Eastern Europe, all before he returns to the iconic location of the Shadow Moses complex in Alaska. En route, he discovers Liquid's ultimate goal to track down the body of Big Boss in a bid to use his superior DNA to hack into the Patriots' network system, which will fully give him control over their nanomachine technology. As I said earlier, Guns of the Patriots is a proper greatest hits album of the franchise, and Snake is aided by friends and foes from across the series, most notably Raiden, who has been transformed into the new cyborg ninja and takes a battering across the adventure. Then there's Eva, the spy that aided Big Boss all the way back in Snake Eater, and she sort of aids Big Boss again in Metal Gear Solid 4 by protecting his body from Liquid's attacks until, well, she's killed by the deranged clone. With the corpse of Big Boss in his possession, Liquid kicks off the endgame of his plan and retreats to Shadow Moses to, well, launch a nuke at the central mainframe of the Patriots network. Snake, Raiden and co hightail over there to stop him, with Raiden losing his arm in the process, and Liquid pulls the rug once again by revealing his base of operations, a new Outer Heaven, which is basically a supercharged Arsenal gear like the one seen in Sons of Liberty. Snake boards this new Outer Heaven and foils Liquid's plans by uploading a virus into the core mainframe of the fortress, which brings down the Patriots' worldwide network in the process. Only when he confronts his deranged brother, Liquid tells Snake that he wanted to destroy the Patriots anyway, and the pair finally sort all their family troubles out with a good old fight to the death, which Snake naturally wins. As Liquid dies, he briefly turns back into Revolver Ocelot, who has one last moment with his old rival Solid Snake before biting the bullet. And this epic swan song for Solid Snake comes to a close with an extended sequence back at the boss's grave, where Snake, distraught at his lack of purpose in the world, contemplates suicide. He ultimately can't pull the trigger, and it's a good thing too, as there's a few final shock twists in the tale. Chief among them, the re-emergence of the actual Big Boss, along with his old Commander Zero, who's in a vegetative state in a wheelchair. Boss reveals that the body being tormented throughout the main campaign was in fact the corpse of Solidus Snake, Boss's perfect clone. Big Boss basically lays everything straight to Snake about the history of the Patriots, and the differing factions that splintered as a result of the opposing ideologies of Boss and his mentor Zero. And his lengthy monologue comes to a close with Boss effectively murdering Zero by turning off his life support. But he has one last revelation for Snake, which is that Snake isn't a pandemic waiting to happen. It turns out that the nanomachines injected into Snake in the Middle East have replaced the Foxdie virus running through his system, which means that Snake is basically free to live the rest of his life, all 1 year of it, without fear of killing anyone he comes into contact with. All except for Big Boss, who succumbs to the Foxdie virus there and then, and finally actually dies atop the boss's grave, bringing the iconic saga of Big Boss and Solid Snake to a close.
Right, that was just a summary. That was just a summary. You got to play the game, you know. That summary doesn't even. It doesn't even do. It doesn't even do justice. You know, because it's so much other different layers that, like, you know, that just got overlooked. Like he overlooked a lot of details. I mean, it's a good overall, you know. I don't know. Maybe we might have to do a second stab at it. You know, I really wanted to show you guys, you know, how current a lot of the stuff going on in that game is today. You know, is going on today. You know, with, you know, artificial intelligence and you know, taking over certain things and controlling certain things and manipulating certain things and control and all kinds of other stuff. One thing I noticed and what I was talking about earlier is that, you know, as a kid, I was watching this, so I'm like, you know, this could actually really happen. You know, this could actually really, really happen. Oh, man, I'm trying to find something and I can't find it. Yeah, I can't find it. Oh boy. All right. Well, look, we got to come back with a second show. Maybe I'll get some clips together and get it right on the next show. Maybe, I don't know if I got my point across, but I will say this. After the Charlie Kirk situation, and just see like the Civil War and stuff, and see how divided people are in the States. Like I said, we're headed towards a modern dystopia. You know, it don't matter how much technology is out here for real. Do you have access to it? You know, people got to get on the grid or off the grid. Your phone is the grid. How much black people are you gonna hear in these spaces say that, oh, slavery this and we're being held back? It's like, bro, stop it. And then misappropriate racism. White people don't got all day to sit around and worry about black people. They don't. A lot of y'all should be offended if you actually did your history. Some of the stuff that y'all seen over the weekend. Definitely should be offended. But look, we got a lot of stuff to cover. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. I got to charge this goddamn thing before it dies. We're going to go live again in the morning. Good night, everybody on the East Coast. Should be 11:39 p.m. 10:39 in Chicago. Make sure you guys take it easy. And look, on your spare time, just look up and learn as much as you can about Metal Gear Solid. I'm not telling you guys to play the game, even though it's better if you do. But, thank you guys definitely for supporting the stream. Also, shout outs to War Master, shout outs to LT, man. I appreciate you guys. I got to put together my resume for the morning hits, so I'm going to definitely be here putting together my resume. And I got some stuff I want to show you guys also, some sidebar stuff, that got nothing to do with this. So, make sure you guys please hit the like button. And I guess we had a dope video game stream, man. We talked about a lot. Brought back some nostalgia too. But we got a lot to cover. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Peace.
They had more dark than melanin, it's imperative. Enemies keep them close like relatives. I was down in the dumps and negative. Came right back, Hector Bellerin. Now I'm coming out taking a sedative. No competition but still competitive. Plus, the Jezebel's predative. Wants it raw like a pick unedited. Not credited, even though I made vast improvements. Hopping the coupe, push start, I'm cruising. When they look at their past, they're fuming. I'm one step ahead like Arsene Lupin. Can't be a part of this movement. Barbies think we're the hardest humans. Still target my target. Booting regardless of any other armies trooping.
Well, if you come to visit me in Toronto, I mean, you could always go see the St. Lawrence Market. What are you up to tonight? Because it's late in London now. And yeah, we could definitely FaceTime or call or whatever you want to do.
Two guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation, P-land, I'm corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000. Told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention. Tell her it's cool as I'm about just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt. I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess. Can't say that I stress for the fee-bone specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming. Runners, they had more dark than melanin.